Hello everybody and welcome. I am Count Christo. This is Victoria 3, Hail Colombia. This is a mod focused on North America, specifically the United States of America, named after, as I've just learnt, one of the, that's a bit loud on my end, named after one of the unofficial early anthems, national anthems, or kind of proposed national anthems, I think, of the US. And I like the idea of playing a US game. I was thinking about lots of poorer countries we could play, like Sweden. I guess maybe not poorer per capita, but poorer in terms of total wealth. But I like it in Victoria 3 when you have lots of levers to pull. And basically, the richer and stronger you are, the more levers you have to pull. So let's play America instead. The Grand Colombia mod adds 200 new events, a bunch of new what are they called? Journal entries, overhauls the interest groups, adds a bunch of new laws, changes the map setup, as you can probably see. Should be fun. So, in terms of goals during this campaign, here is the chorus of Hail Colombia. Firm united let us be, rallying round our liberty. That's a real stretch for that rhyme. As a band of brothers joined, peace and safety we shall find. So, a band of brothers joined, aiming for peace and safety. Let's see. And we're going to leave all these on default, except I like aggressive pop consolidation. It has chaotic elections, this mod as well. I am going to play this game as an idealist, more or less. There may be some pragmatic sacrifices we have to make on the path to true idealism, but mostly I'm going to try and play seriously idealistic. We are going to engage in warfare still, so some may die, and this is a price I'm willing to pay, but we are going to engage in warfare mostly because we need to spread the good word of universal suffrage, of multiculturalism, of the fair treatment of the Native Americans. It's going to be difficult. I don't know if it will be possible for me to do this, especially if we just start with it. What does this mean? It means no compromise with the slaver South. May they burn. May the Reconstruction be brutal and swift. I don't know how that will go with the new journal entries. I have no idea how any of these work. I haven't played this mod before ever. I think I've loaded it up once, but I don't think I've ever played it. I've never actually played it before. I haven't read through how all of these work. So it may not be the optimal strategy, but I am aiming for multiculturalism, assuming it can be done through Reconstruction or something. I'm hoping that we can get Afro-American as an accepted culture. That would be fun. So as like a primary culture. You could do that in vanilla, I think. But yes, we will be shooting for that. We will be trying to unite the Americas, and ultimate goal, it is not enough to spare the Afro-Americans of the Americas from the slaver yoke. We must also save Africa. So long-term goal, which I almost certainly will not achieve, I wish to have all of the Americas and all of Africa under either our direct control or our puppets' control. No, sphere. Sphere is close enough, I think. But we must have the Americas and Africa to spare them the colonizer yoke. We're not a colonizer. We bring liberty. Everybody knows that. This is going to be, you can't be a colonizer if you bring liberty. We are going to do an edited series, so I'm going to keep pausing. It's all going to be in one video. You'll probably notice this video is rather long, I imagine. But yes, I'm going to pause and unpause, recording as interesting stuff happens. Who's the big boss of the campaign? Probably Britain, because they have a whole lot of land in the Americas, which we want them to not have. Now, first off, we're enacting universal suffrage on game start, which is interesting. And I checked out, just for a few minutes, when I was looking at all the new content, we can do a negotiation here to get the industrialists to back this. And they have 11% clout, but we can do political concessions. This seems kind of broken. Because they don't like it, we can give them 30% political strength and +2 government interest group approval. So obviously that's only relevant when they're in government. Forever? Like for as long as we have this law? That's so good. We really like this. It's way less likely to stall once we've done this. And we're going to get more powerful industrialists once this passes because it's got this political concessions attached to it. I think it will also still have this tradition of free elections. Oh no, that's a modifier on census suffrage. We're getting rid of that, I think. No, when enacted, tradition of free elections is added, yeah. So we still have this, which means being a technocracy, autocracy, oligarchy, or anarchy are going to be harder. But it does give plus 10% legitimacy, which is really good. Now, going universal suffrage before you urbanize is often a bad idea, and that's because it gives the rural folk too much power. So that could definitely be a problem, because these guys are localists. They don't like a dedicated police force, or at least they're neutral towards it. They don't like debt slavery, but they're fine on slavery. Like there's nothing that good in here, other than neutral towards total separation, which is good. But we already have freedom of conscience at the moment. I'm glad that the US doesn't start with total separation in this mod, because like I know the Constitution says that there's a separation of church and state. The Constitution lies. I wish it didn't, but it lies. Anyway, I'm not going to do any real American politics. We're building a utopia, and that's that. So yeah, they like census suffrage. So they like universal suffrage. The difference here, of course, is that the poor can vote, basically. There's no longer a 10 threshold, and you get more legitimacy based on votes. You get more legitimacy, less legitimacy based on clout. Yeah. So we'll see how that goes. I'm gonna go with it. And like I said, we're gonna try and role play a bit this campaign. We're gonna just pass laws that are as idealistic as possible. And obviously, we won't immediately try and pass all kinds of laws because it's just not possible. But we will be attempting to drive our way towards a utopia for all. We may also take land in Europe. I don't know. I don't like wars in this game, so we're going to try and not do too many, which is interesting when I say I'm going to try and take all of Africa and not do any wars. One of the really challenging things if we want to get Africa is we need to get colonial resettlement. We can't do colonial exploitation, of course, because this is... although maybe we can actually, because as a transition step, we certainly can't stay on colonial exploitation. We want to be on resettlement, providing land to settlers. This is nice. It's friendly. It's not nasty and exploitative. But I think we might go one to the other because, as I understand it, how do you see who backs these things again? Yeah. So the yeoman farmers don't like this, but they also don't like this. So if we get the industrialists powerful and then we do colonial exploitation, we could probably then pass colonial resettlement and they won't oppose it. But we need someone to back it. Anyway, the Jackson presidency. Andrew Jackson. I don't know much about American history, so excuse me when I get all kinds of things wrong. But this guy's a complete jabroni, right? I think. Left an indelible mark on office. The nullification crisis. He asserted the powers of the federal government. I'm not going to read all of these, I'm afraid. And yes, he moves forward. The matter of slavery continues to smolder. It's a time of opportunity. So we get the Jacksonian agenda to the journal. Indian removal, House divided, Constitution of the United States. I think these things have already happened. And we get this compromise of 1820. This is the kind of, will allow there to be as many slave states as non-slave states, I think. It makes them less likely to join these movements because they're, a bit balanced. Like they're a bit, it seems like they're mollified, I should say. Intelligentsia approval, Southern planters approval. Okay. Whoa. And for 4 years, we get yeoman farmers' mad political strength. Bloody hell. And we get some legitimacy and the Second Great Awakening. See, this is the thing that's not going to allow it to be an actual separation of church and state. And yes, you start enacting it. Okay. So we have Washington precedent. What's that? The President of the United States will not seek a third term. Right, yes. So they won't seek a third term in office. We actually have term limits now, which is kind of cool. So let's take a look at some of these. The House divided. I'm going to read these and then summarize. Okay, so this one's interesting. This is if you manage to ban slavery without a civil war breaking out, basically, and you have to stay legitimate and you have to not have revolutionaries. If we achieve that, we get a peculiar reconciliation where the Southern planters lose their desire to have slaves and get happier. But generally speaking, the slave owners, because it's not, they have some, it's not a great time to be a recently enslaved person. You get the exonerating slave owners modify, and you get a long Reconstruction. And you get Jim Crow laws, Jim Crow were like, and again, I don't know much about history. You can read this tooltip if you want to. Basically, they were institutionalized racism in the South in order to try and, as I understand it, basically mollify Southern feelings about not being happy about, getting their ass beat in the Civil War. And a long Reconstruction. I'd like a short Reconstruction, a swift and brutal one. So potentially having a civil war is actually the way to go. And if I stay idealistic, I feel like we're going to trigger a civil war. So we will see. Probably not until the next election, because with these guys in power, we're not going to be able to get anywhere. We have this guy, a pro-slavery member, and I think we should evict him from the country immediately, because the pro-slavery movement, it has a decent amount of support, and I suspect this is only going to rise. So the sooner we kick that guy out of the country, the better. It will cause or I could imprison him. It will cause radicals, 5% radicals in the Southern Planters, but only in Southern Planters. Obviously, there's not that many members of the Southern Planters. They have a lot of clout, but there's only 68,000 of them. Let's try imprisoning him. Arrested and put on trial. So I can just let him off. Or I can jail him for 10 years, which gives only 2%. For 5 years. And this is, okay, this is activism to the movement, not plus 0%. I assume this is 0.5. Yeah, let's send him to jail for the next 10 years. That works. Okay, good. That's less radicalism, because now it's just providing a little bit of activism to the pro-slavery movement, which is still actually negative anyway, because the Missouri Compromise tanks it. Okay, good. In terms of diplomatic maneuvers, obviously we need to try and get Texan statehood established, and we will work on that. But yeah, the verdict on House Divided is we're going to have a civil war, I think. There's no way these Southerners are going to give up their slaves as fast as I want them to without having to spill some blood, unfortunately. The path to utopia is paved by the blood of good men and bad men, I guess, on the other side. And, you know, conscripts who we won't hold it against necessarily. Okay, so this one, there's not much we can kind of do about. We don't, basically, events will happen that affect this in the future. What it does is it makes the Southern Planters chill out, and it makes both movements significantly less politically active. But we will tear this compromise apart. There can be no compromise with those who think they can own people. And so we will tear this compromise up as soon as we can. Okay, so we can also have this underground railroad. We can support it, which will greatly increase the number of escaped slaves. This, again, I'm not very knowledgeable, but this was a loose network of people to help slaves escape the South and get to both the North, Canada, Mexico, etc. It was inspired by the... No, never mind. I was going to make a joke about Fallout 4, but it's too uncouth. Anyway, we're going to support this as soon as we can. We have to get the Southern Planters not in charge. And now the Indian removal. I have looked at this a bit. Unfortunately, the Creek removal is already ongoing, which is not good because I do not want to do these removals. This is shipping people out to the Indian Territory, I believe, which went on to be Nebraska? Is that right? No. Kansas? No. Oklahoma. This is Oklahoma, right? If I zoom in, will it call it Oklahoma? Yeah. This is Oklahoma, which isn't... I'm really showing my ignorance here, right? They moved all the Indians to the Indian Territory, the American Indians, to the Indian Territory, and then just took control of it and made it a normal state anyway, right? US not keeping treaties with the natives. Name a more classic combination. But we're not going to do that. We're going to try and avoid doing the Indian removal at all. They can stay here. That's fine, Cherokee. You can be there. It may be frustrating for me, of course. There's some logging camps in here. There's some, some coal mines and things. But that's okay. We're trying to be nice. They are our puppets. If we can integrate them that way, that's fine. We will be working on that premise, I think. All right, the Jacksonian agenda. I think these fire each election, but I could be wrong. Recognizing them will improve the effects. These achievements will be scored. So if we get universal suffrage, we improve it. And if we complete Indian removal, we approve it. And not raising taxes above low will improve it. Okay. Okay, interesting. But yeah, we're not going to try... I don't think we're going to do this. We're not going to do the Indian removal because that would be nasty and unkind. Was there already a treaty saying the Cherokee could have this land? Probably. I don't know. Okay, so we have some existing treaties. Treaty of military assistance with Texas. Okay, cool. Treaty with the Indian Territory, giving them some cash. We have some trade privileges with the Ottomans. Interesting. I assume these are all real. Amity and commerce. We get trade privileges from Siam. Trade privileges with Russia. Interesting. A good friendship with Russia would be nice. It'd be a good counterbalance to Britain. And if we focus on urbanizing, we could potentially buy lots of our raw materials from Russia. Trade privileges with Sweden. Trade privileges, mutual trade privileges with Britain. And trade privileges with Morocco. Oh, this is what the Moorish sovereign citizens go on about, right? I think. Okay. Cool. So what are we going to do? There is an American-British Association. So we should be friendly with Britain to start with, for sure. So I will start diplomatic overtures to Russia and Britain, two great powers most likely to be involved in the Americas. Yes, they hold people in colonial overlordship right now. Hopefully we will be able to resolve that moving forwards. We will try and see what we can do about Texas. I believe we need to invent something to enable manifest destiny. Yeah, we need to invent nationalism, because we do have a manifest destiny. Just because we're idealists does not mean we don't have a destiny to rule these here lands. And I believe this one is more in depth than vanilla, and it lets you it lets you take more land. Because there was one manifest destiny proposal that had the America owning like way more land, and we'll definitely be pushing for that. I would also like to show you my political advisor. He's come to say hello. How you doing, buddy? Let me just real quick. We're not going to do too much of this campaign, but hello. How you doing? Good boy. Yes, that's the plan. We will approach Texas, and we will see what we can do about their statehood. That's the plan. Economically speaking, I'm just going to get some of the kind of basic... Oh, sorry, I haven't switched back to the main scene. There we go. Economically speaking, I'm just going to start up some of the kind of basic chains, and we're probably going to focus pretty heavily in the north. I'm basically going to build nothing in the south until we've brought them to heel, I think. But so we'll start building up, you know, tools and logging camps and iron mines and so on in the north, in order to get our economy growing. Should be good. I could also go through the south and destroy barracks, and indeed I may do that. But we can probably do that a little bit closer to conflict, I think. Yeah, I think nationalism without delay seems prudent. So we can start that journal entry early, and then a health system would be good. But beyond that, we probably do need to start thinking about getting the water tube boiler going. Although the condensing pump is really, really valuable. So I think that's probably how we'll start research-wise, grabbing nationalism, getting our destiny. Because it is, of course, our destiny to, govern these here fair lands. So thinking about companies, I think we're going to keep it relatively traditional, relatively standard on what companies we go for. And this one seems really bad. Motor industries are not going to be big business for a while. They have very few assets. So I think we just straight up close this. Navy offense and defense, I don't think that matters, really. So straight up, I'm going to just nationalize this company and get rid of that. There goes all our money. But we now have slots for more. We only have one company, really. We need to get laissez-faire going, ideally. But to start with, something like prestige clothes to build a big consumer base would be nice. As would logging camps could be nice. And prestige tools are so good. The manufacturing input throughput. Manufacturing throughput is just so nice. I could also set this up, although aren't the owners of these now not capitalists? Because it used to be that this would let you basically replace aristocrats with capitalists. And colony growth speed would be useful, because we have a lot of colonizing to do, both at home and abroad. So maybe that would be a good idea, actually. Lots of tobacco plantation, sugar plantations and coffee plantations with a colony growth speed and a prestige good, prestige coffee. I think this would be kind of fun. And maybe, well, okay, let's try it. Let's try it. It's only going to have 4 productivity to start with. Is this employing the right kind of people? Because we can also give another industry right to them. Just tea. It's not going to be that useful to us, unfortunately. But if we give them monopolies on coffee plantations, I think... Where's your HQ is in South Carolina. This is going to employ capitalists, right? Doesn't employ anyone right now. But I think if this starts employing capitalists, then I think we are going to keep it. Because if we can switch a bunch of these landowners to be nice capitalists, that would be good. Oh, hang on, we can see it here, yeah. Okay, so there are still some aristocrats in here. Is that just any private-owned building just has some aristocrats in it? But still, it's still better than, what was that, 1510? Compare that to a manor house, which is just aristocrats in ownership shares. So, yeah, okay. It seems we can still use that to reduce some of them. Is that worth it, though? Maybe, where are our companies? Maybe I would rather have something else. I think I can't disband it now because I've started it. All right, we'll stick with this then. Yeah, premium plantations. Who are you, by the way? A petty bourgeoisie market liberal is in charge. Perfect. Perfect. Okay, good. He's just the kind of man we'd want to send down south to try and get them to change their ways. And understand the ways of the market liberal. And if you get reserve coffee, so much the better. Right, next major journal entry has popped up. We're just a couple of days in here. We have to discover an Oregon Trail by mapping the American West frontier. You have to have a state in either Montana, Wyoming, or California. Why not here? That's kind of odd. Okay, we have to be friendly with Britain. And very friendly with Britain, or someone here is at war with us. So, no, sorry, both of those. Oh, so we can only do this during a war? It says alternatively, but at least one of these. All right. Either we map the trail, or we go to war in California. Okay, so if we and we have to have a state. No, this is a separate all of these. Okay, or we just already own it and then it completes. Okay, and then we can buy it off Britain. And I'm pretty sure they always just say yes to this. So we need to colonize these regions. And we don't need to fully own them, just have a state there. And then make them like us. At least one of these. So we get 20 relations, or just fight someone in California. So if we declared war on Mexico right now, we could instantly do this? No, because you require more relations on this one. Okay. Cool. That makes sense. So we will push west, we'll try and map the Oregon Trail, and then we will buy some land off the UK. Sounds good. Remember how you thought you saw me establish a coffee company? Don't worry about that. We all have these little moments. So I'm thinking we should probably establish one that includes cotton. Because cotton is one of the ones that we're going to want to build more of. And we'd rather it weren't aristocrats that were benefiting from it. Why are we going to want to build more of it than coffee? Just because fabric is an industrial good. And we're going to want to be able to use fabric in both in construction early on and also in clothes making and stuff. Now we could go for this one, which gives us prestige meat, which is okay. I don't think that's it's good for food industries, I guess. Being able to have food industries using quality meat, although they don't use meat by default, do they? It's once you get the canned meat, right? Okay, and all of these would then consume meat. Yeah, so we'd get some bonus throughput on them, and textile mills throughput is really nice, but we would much rather, I think, and let's filter this. Is this from a mod or is this vanilla these days? I forget. I'm running, by the way, the Dense UI and others mod, as well as the Hail Colombia mod. Those are the only two mods I'm running. So let's take a look at cotton plantations, because there's also, this one. In order to establish this, we need Arkansas. Is Arkansas and Arkansas the same place? Is that how you say? Do some people pronounce this Arkansas? No, surely not. Arkansas must be somewhere else. Oh, there's Kansas. Arkansas. Arkansas. There's no way you pronounce that Arkansas, right? Anyway, my American geography is really not good. Okay, so this would be much more productive, as you can see. Basically because we're including the logging camps in it. And it would be really good to get logging camps in there. It's got prestige cotton, which would be nice because we are going to have a lot of cotton plantations fueling our textile, our kind of consumer-driven textile industry. So yeah, I think this is what we want. So to establish this, we need to have at least one cotton plantation or logging camp, size 5, in and integrated, I'm going to say Arkansas, which is currently not integrated, but we can incorporate it. Good. And let's get going on building something. So we could do, yeah, some cotton plantations. Why is there minus 20% for this, but only minus 1.3 for this? It's interesting. It doesn't hurt to be unincorporated to build arable land, but it does hurt on extraction. Okay. Interesting. So yeah, we'll build 5 levels of cotton plantations here. How long is that integration going to take? It's like a year, right? 20 months. Okay. So we're not in a hurry, but we need to keep an eye on that integration. And then we will establish our first, count them, first company, which will be good. Because yeah, I think in terms of companies we want, yeah, let me go through the companies list and make some theories about how we're going to lay them out. I'm by no means an expert when it comes to companies, but I feel like having prestige goods at multiple steps in a production chain will allow us to stack the throughput bonuses they give. So on clothes, if we want to follow the production chain down, I'm thinking we want at least 2 companies on just pure consumer goods, because I want to try and get a really good consumer economy going. And having prestige goods will also increase SOL for pops that use them. The more their SOL goes up, the more they want to consume. Actually, is that true? Is this useful? It might actually be bad. Increase standard of living for pops. Standard of living, not wealth. How much they consume is based on their wealth, right? Or is how much they consume based on their standard of living, but if they consume more than they can afford, their standard of living will drop? Interesting. I'm not actually sure. But I think we do want a designer clothes one. This will be a good company though, because it gives us coverage on both textile mills and furniture manufacturers. And to be clear, if you're unfamiliar, it's good to have companies covering a particular industry, even regardless of the prestige bonuses, prestige goods and other bonuses, is because you get this company throughput bonus. When they own the building, it's more productive, and this value increases as the game goes on. And also they build them faster, which is nice. But yeah, I'm debating between these two. This one seems almost strictly worse than this one. Obviously, this being the default one and this being flavored American. This requires Connecticut to have 5 textile mills. So that's obviously doable. More industrious political strength would be good. Although, of course, in the fullness of time, we are going to want non-industrialists in charge. We are going to try and pivot to, a more modern state where we have industrialists losing clout. We'll see. But 15% throughput, especially stacked on top of the 10% throughput we already have, is kind of bonkers. So I feel like this is where I'm looking right now. But I think I'm going to ask on the Reddit or something about whether this is actually valuable. Because standard of living matters to get you migration, which is good. But we will be able to get enough standard of living for migration, I strongly suspect. It helps because early on it lowers death rate, but then later on it hurts birth rate. So not good for that, really. It would just lower our birth rate. It does kind of fit the role play. You know, we're going for high standard of living, of course. So getting our guys fancy clothes seems appropriate. But the infrastructure per pop and max infrastructure per pop would be nice as well. And the fact that it covers furniture. If we don't find another company that comfortably covers furniture, we might want to, because furniture is, as I understand it, like the main other consumer good. What are we consuming right now? We're going to try and bring like a lot of people up into the middle strata, but yeah, see, they're consuming clothes, as you can see, clothes and furniture make up a lot of their consumption. And they're harder to get cheaper compared to things like grain and stuff. So if we want them to, I suppose, no, it must be SOL that affects what they buy, not wealth. Because the point is, the price of this goes down, they buy more in order to support... Sorry, they have more money, so they get richer. Yeah, I'm not sure. The way I think it works is these middle strata lot, right? No, let's be more specific. This lass here, she's got 11.7 income, and she's spending 9.6% of that on her needs, and she's spending 3.6 of that on taxes. Goals, am I right? So she then has some money left over, right? There's 5% excess. Goes towards increasing the average standard of living of these pops. So her standard of living increases, but because she has higher standard of living, she wants to buy more stuff, and hence the excess drops. So yes, increasing standard of living increases the amount they attempt to buy. But increasing the amount they attempt to buy delivers no value unless they can afford it. Because let's say we just doubled her standard of living without increasing her wealth at all, right? She would try and buy, let's just call it twice as much stuff. I'm sure it's more complicated than that, but let's say she tries to buy twice as much stuff. She can't afford it, and so her standard of living just falls again. And at some point it will balance out with higher standard of living, but no ability to then increase it. She would still have a higher total standard of living, I think, by having some other modifier to increase her standard of living. But if you then gave her more money, she would kind of spend it to maintain that higher level of standard of living. I feel like I'm probably wrong, just because I doubt it's designed that badly, that modifier doesn't help. But we'll see. I think clothes is consumed all the way up to level 39. So I think when it says consumed of pops of wealth 10 to 39, I think it's still consumed by pops above that. Do we have any pops above that? You actually are consuming very few clothes. Well, is that true? Can I see how many you are consuming? I guess I need a particular pop. Like, let's look at these. Let's look at the capitalists in New York. Just because it's an edited series doesn't mean I'm not going to get down and dirty here. These capitalists. How do I do this again? I want to see those particular people. Well, here, we'll go into Yankee, and then we'll go capitalists. These particular Yankee capitalists. You are spending... How wealthy are you? Or what's your... Yeah, okay, so these guys have insane standard of living. Yeah, okay. They are spending nothing on normal clothes. They only buy luxury clothes. Wait, where are the luxury... Do you not have clothes? Okay, it's broken down to luxury items. Okay. Are you using any clothes? No, you only wear luxury clothes. Okay, but realistically, we're not going to get a whole pop to 40. So it's still going to be valuable to have the clothes production. And furniture, I think, is one of the other ones that's consumed a lot. Yeah, up to 44 they consume furniture. There are some that I think are just uncapped. Yeah, like services goes to 99, and then presumably the luxury clothes go to 99. Yeah. Groceries go to 99. Meat goes to 99. Yeah. Okay. Well, yeah, I'm still going to ask someone about how that works on increasing their standard of living. But for now, we'll assume that is a good thing. It also gives us trade advantage on exports, which is nice, because being able to kind of monopolize all the money that's available on the global market will be useful. Okay, there really aren't many options on furniture, but this would be good, right? Pennsylvania home state, premium home goods, because this gives us glassworks, which is also important because that's used in construction, and we get the prestige good for furniture, and we get the loyalists from political movements, which is not that important, at least in my experience. You can kind of manage without it, but I think that is probably going to be one of our companies. I completely forgot about the fact that you can add more to these buildings. So Lee Wilson and Company, what do we want to add to this? Potential industries with company. Okay, we can't actually add any useful ones to that one. Okay, but what about the clothes one that we looked at? What can I add to this? Okay, we can add... Hey, livestock ranches. Okay, that could be useful. That could be useful because obviously they produce that fabric, which is nice. Dye plantations. Yeah, we're going to have a lot of dye plantations over in Africa probably. So that could be useful. Silk, probably not going to have as many silk ones. I don't think we're going to get that involved in Asia. Although maybe we should go liberate Beijing. Partly just to yoink the building, the Forbidden City, which gives this insane legitimacy for including head of state and government bonus. In which case we could build some silk here, presumably. Yeah, like a whole lot of it. I think obtaining Beijing would be it would be a useful connection to us to remind Great Qing that autocracy is wrong. Would be my excuse. We shouldn't need synthetic plants, I don't think. But yeah, for dye plantations, adding dye plantations and the plantations in general, the ranches, that's what I'm trying to say, would be useful. And then on that Pennsylvania home goods, what can we add to that one? We can add timber. Okay, no, we already have that covered. Lead. Okay, this can be how we cover lead. That sounds good. Okay, and then the next one I was looking at is, so that's our kind of main industrial goods. Are there other like really big industrial goods that we should be covering? I guess booze, maybe. Although this mod being America focused, there might be a whole kind of prohibition thing. When was prohibition? U.S. prohibition. 1920 to 1933. Okay, never mind. That's probably out of scope. Yeah, I mean the other main consumer good, I guess, is food, but people don't eat a huge amount of food. You want plenty of it, but I guess it is making up quite a lot. And for the lower classes, of course, it's more important. Interesting. But yeah, I think adding lead there, and then let's look at tools, basically. Right, so I've come up with our 6 companies that I think should cover the important bases, as well as play into our goals quite nicely. Whoops, and I forgot I turned off the sound. Let me turn that back on. There we go. So let me bring those up for you. Which monitor did I put them on? That one. These are the 6 companies that I am thinking about getting. So let me talk you through the logic. So first off, we want Lee Wilson and Company because we want to try and dethrone landowners. And we can do that with the cotton. Plus, it gives us access through charters to the railways relatively early, which I think will be good. Then, and this is one that we'll establish late, is the Sears, Roebuck & Co. one. This gives us the 2 big consumer goods. It doesn't give us the prestige goods. I have looked into the prestige goods. It only raises SOL, and it's not SOL that increases how much they buy. I was getting confused. It's just wealth that increases how much they buy. So it is useful to raise SOL. It would increase migration and stuff, but it's not worth 2 companies to get us those 2 prestige goods when we can instead do this, which also gives infrastructure. It does increase the minimum expected standard of living, which is kind of problematic, but I'm expecting us to have a high standard of living anyway, so not too big a deal. Then there's these 2, and these 2 will involve us. These represent our ambition of uniting the Americas, really, because it will require us to take these 2 states. Sorry, you can't even put up this state and this state in order to get these. Whoops. But it's going to be good. It gets us sulfur and paper under a company, which is good because both sulfur and paper are... this is a problem, though, because only the buildings of this company will produce the prestige wood, right? Anyway, let me talk you through the logic. We're gonna need a lot of paper because we're gonna try and administer a huge amount of core land, and we're not gonna have any unincorporated states. Yuck. We want full incorporation. So it's gonna be challenging to have enough bureaucracy, and bureaucracy costs paper predominantly, meaning we're going to need to have tons of it. Obviously, we're also going to have tons of universities. But yeah, we're going to need to buy a whole load of paper. Sulfur is turned into paper. Yeah, sulfur is turned into paper, isn't it? Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, sulfur becomes paper, so it's good to have the sulfur coverage, and then paper itself is important. And then the prestige wood is going to enable us to have a throughput bonus on buildings using wood, aka paper mills. So that will be useful. Now, I think the way prestige good works, yeah, produced by some company that have high enough prosperity. That is a shame. So basically what we need to try and do, and I don't know if it's possible, is we need Lee Wilson and Company to lose out on control of logging camps. Oh, of course, we just give a monopoly. Yeah. Okay, so once we establish, where's it gone? This one, we just give them a monopoly on Rosewood. Nice. That works. That should work. That should work. Okay, good. Then we have our industrial ones. So Marcy Harris Limited gives 15% agriculture throughput, which is bonkers. There's a lot of agriculture buildings in our country, and there's going to be more in the future. And being able to give all of those 15% throughput is really nice. We are missing out on the 5% industrial throughput, which is obviously significant, very significant. But I'd rather have the 15% agricultural throughput. Plus, on this one company, we can get tools and motors and iron, although we might put iron on this one. It depends which one we found first. Whichever one we found first, we'll probably get the iron. And it gives us prestige tools. And prestige tools give throughput on everything that uses tools, which is like everything. Then Pennsylvania Premium Steel, which gives us the coverage on steel and coal, and 5% state construction efficiency. And finally, this one, again, which requires some conquest down in South America, which gives us the state construction efficiency and electricity coverage. Now, if electricity isn't seeming completely vital, I don't know if you need an electricity company. So it will be between this and an oil company, potentially. And we could put in an oil company like Standard Oil. If I can scroll so it's actually on your screen. We could put in Standard Oil because that covers railways, which would let us take railways off Lee Wilson and Company and give them to Standard Oil, which would save us one of our company charters, which would be good. Because a company charter, I can't remember if you can get more from tech. I think you do. I think a monopoly counts as a company charter. So being able to give that monopoly to our paper logging company would be valuable. So that's the plan. In terms of order, it's going to be Lee Wilson and Company, probably followed by Pennsylvania Steel, followed by the paper company, followed by Marcy Harris. Now, Marcy Harris is going to be interesting. We have to conquer Canada for that one, which is going to be obviously a challenge. So what we want really is Britain to be like bogged down in a war in Europe, and then we just come in here and yoink Ontario, because we need Ontario in order to make that happen. So challenging for sure, bringing down Britain in this game, certainly for a player of my skill, always going to be a challenge. That's the plan. So in order to get Lee Wilson up, what do we need to do again? We need... Right, yes, this integration, I recall. Okay, off to the races. Let's get this game on pause. Let's get some stuff built. Nice. Our first treaty, the Convention of Paris. We have investment rights in France. In exchange, we sell them some goods, which are cheaper in our market than theirs, so we're also making money off those, which should be nice. Where is the... Where does that get factored in here? Presumably here? Yeah, there we go. So it's costing us 10 grand, and we're making 11. Nice. Sorry, 12. Nice. So there's 2 grand, plus investment rights in France. I am going to try and seek investment rights in as many people as possible, of the people that matter. I think it might not be worth, well, a 25-year investment right in Britain, and then we go to war with Britain for Canada, and then we try and repair relations with Britain would be good. Maybe that would be doable. What are their feelings about that? Minus 28. We given we given an embassy. Would we be in violation of this if we had a power block? I don't know. Could be interesting though, right? We could sell them some wood. No. Well, I'll figure out something we can sell them, and then get this done. Because investment rights in Britain would be good. They have. Lots of fine stuff for our industrialists to invest in, our capitalists rather. Obviously, investing more abroad does mean investing less at home, but once we get our companies up and running with the foreign investment charters and stuff, that'll start bringing money from their investment pool back to us, which will be nice. There we go. We'll sell them some groceries, we'll sell them some wood, we'll give them a power block embassy, and I'm hoping this won't be something that we violate immediately. And they should guarantee, because it was over 30%. Nice. Canterbury Convention is in force. I probably should have named them something a bit more meaningful, but oh well. And I should probably mark those. These are kind of important. Can I rename them after the fact? Can I renegotiate it just to name them again? They suddenly don't want some of these things. It's weird how quickly their opinions change, but so we'll see. We should form a power block for sure. It will harm our relations with everybody, but we want to get ticking on progress towards being able to put things in it. So what kind of power block do we want to be? Cultural Commonwealth. These are new, right? Allows spread primary culture in power block members. Interesting. You get -2 per member rather than 1 here. Great powers don't want to join, but great powers don't mind joining this. You get mandate progress that's pretty similar. Block leader only. Impose same citizenship law on block members. And it gets you either freedom of movement. Freedom of movement would be good to try and get more people into our country. The increased exchange stuff is really good. Shared canon. Assimilation, less radicalism, more tech-spread society. That's kind of cool. I feel like it should probably still be the Trade League, though. Well, maybe not, honestly. Trade League power block statue, you get infrastructure. What does this one's power block statue give us? Oh, there's no statue for this one. Interesting. That's surprising. Ideological union might fit the logic, the role play a bit better. Being able to get more stuff enacted more quickly. More birth rate from British constitution. That's interesting. We definitely can't be a sovereign empire. Empires? Yuck. We're not an empire. We're just going to unite the continent. I think cultural commonwealth seems kind of fun. Spreading our primary culture around. And then they would start assimilating to Yankee. But why would I want to do that, I guess, is what I'm thinking. That doesn't seem very useful. Employ same citizenship law. Why is that useful? That doesn't seem that productive, actually. So I think, but the thing is, only the Trade League is automatically a customs union. I do want a customs union. There are customs union principles, though, aren't there? Like, where is it? Is there not? Is foreign investment? I swear one of these makes it a customs union. Okay, well, we kind of have to be a customs union for our block. I definitely want to be able to bring people into my market just by adding them to my block. So I guess we will be a trade league. But the thing is, the trade league primary principal groups aren't that good, I feel like. I mean, more trade capacity is nice. The 25% trade capacity and the influential trade center. Yeah, the influential trade center for the influence is actually really good. Okay, yeah. So we're a trade league, and we're going to go with external trade. Sounds good. And what are we? The non-American empire? What would you call it? Oops. We should call it something pertaining to the fact that we want to try and unite the Americas and be good guys. We don't actually have the influence to found the power block right now. That's unfortunate. That's unfortunate. But that means in the meantime, I can hopefully get some more treaties by offering power block embassies to various people. We can't do treaties with them. Ouch. We clearly can, though. I'll give you a power block embassy. They don't want it. Fair enough. But yeah, we'll keep doing some more treaties, and once we're able to, we have a bunch of bound treaties at the moment, but once we can break a bunch of these, because we really don't need a lot of these, we'll just break a bunch of these and thereby get some of our influence back to spend. Interesting. The gag rule has been applied to legacy slavery. Intelligentsia lose strength and approval, and we can't enact slavery laws. Well, we do want to try and boost intelligentsia interest group attraction, so we'll go with this is flagrantly unconstitutional. Creek removal. Okay, so what can I do? I can avoid 2% dying and avoid some stuff. That's good. Okay. They're all Protestants, the ones who are being shifted. That's funny. What a miserable situation. We certainly shan't be forcing them out any more than we have to. We are on to study on universal suffrage. Nice. Liberate subject in the Andes. Who's this between? Ecuador. Ecuador demands North Peruvian independence. I wonder if we could get in here. This could be interesting, because if we could steal South Peru, that would be really beneficial for our company plan. Hey, and there's that annexation. Good. Also, we need to get Texas to 20 opinion, so they apply for statehood, I believe. Oh, there's an election. Okay. And they're neck and neck right now. Now, the question is, do I actually want the Whigs to win? And I think the answer is yes. So, ooh, you want to become the head of the planters. They're a moderate. They're currently led by a slaver. But they're slaver anyway. So him being a slaver doesn't do anything. So you are 0 popularity. You are 7. So we want to keep the guy currently in charge. No, I don't mind the officers becoming a bit radical. That's fine. But yeah, anyway, returning our attention to South America, we would like to get involved here. Bolivia is currently worried. So Bolivia, would you support me for a transfer subject by chance? No. We could protectorate Ecuador quite cheaply. The earlier we can do that, that would be good. Obviously, it's Peru that I actually want to take stuff off. A Bolivian protectorate? Would that give me a South Peruvian protectorate as well? Obviously, there are going to have to be wars in this ideological campaign because we need to... everyone must be ruled by us in order for us to improve their lives. Transfer South Peru and protectorate Bolivia. That sounds very doable. They do not have many men. They'll probably back down, though. I'm worried that they would back down. Well, backing down is pretty rare. Let's do that. Let's side against Bolivia and ask for all that stuff. That seems good. Wait, we can only ask for one. Of course, because we you can't add multiple war goals as a secondary participant. So yeah, we'll just say I just want the Bolivia protectorate, which gives us this state, so we can work towards integrating Bolivia, and then integrate this state so that we can set up the... Is it the electric company? I forget which company is it that's here. Is it the sulfur one or the electric one? Is it this one? Oh, wait. I've got it wrong. This is Brazil. Any strategic region in Brazil is owned by us. Okay, so we need to take something in Brazil as well. That's good to know. Where is the Brazilian strategic region? It includes Uruguay. Good. Okay, so we'll take and integrate Uruguay. I think would probably be the easiest way to do that. And the other one is... I'm pretty confident in the place I'm thinking, which is Lima. Yeah, North Peru. So maybe we should have sided with Bolivia and tried to steal North Peru. Although I don't think we could take North Peru in this war anyway. Right, so we better get our armies a bit more organized in preparation for this. So I'm not going to show you all these events, but there's going to be a lot of events, and we're going to be unapologetically in favor of the abolitionist movement, basically. We're just going to go... The Whig Party won't be happy. We get more absolutism. We need the absolutionists at the polls. That's true. We're going to basically be unapologetically absolutionist constantly in all of these events. Just assume that's what I'm doing. I've organized my armies. We've added a bunch of conscripts to all of them, which I believe will make other countries view us as more powerful, even if we never raise them. I don't know if that's been fixed or not. I guess it does also actually make sense. Well, no, it doesn't. They should just consider you more powerful whether or not you have the... Like, just based on your max possible conscript battalions, rather than those that you've actually added to armies, ideally. But yeah, so we're going to just add tons and tons of them, which I believe makes people, yeah, scared of us, basically. But yeah, in terms of our goals in South America, we do want Africa, but I'm going to focus on South America first. We need to get our company spots, which is going to be Uruguay and here. We need to get the Panama Canal under our control as well. And then we should just start working on basically bringing all of America under our thumb. is the plan. And we do want to actually integrate it, so we shouldn't make too many subjects, because every time you integrate a subject, it makes all the other subjects mad for ages, and it's really annoying. So we're gonna just slowly start working on unifying everything up here. Damn, yeah, so they just backed down, which means we got nothing. We got some infamy still, I think, right? Yeah, barely any, though. But yeah, North Peru has now gone free. I wonder if we could do a quick... Well, we don't actually need North Peru early, do we? So we can probably just... We can probably eventually diplomatically get them in. But yeah, we might want to do a direct conquer against them then. Because no one else is really likely to take any interest in the conflict. But La Paz isn't the one I wanted to conquer. How do I... Surely I can pick which state I want. Ah, it's because I picked that. Okay. But yeah, we could potentially go after this. Maybe a bit more building up first. There we go. Cornelius Vanderbilt of the Industrialists has swept to power in our election. He is a moderate. Are the Industrialists abolitionists? They're not. Okay. Interesting. And more North Caucasians. We have a bunch of Circassians and North Caucasians coming over at the moment, which is nice. Okay, well that changes things. Oh, hang on, it hasn't actually changed who's in government? Oh, it has. It's just that... No, it hasn't. Okay. Well, we should... Does it not... Hang on. The election hasn't finished. Oh, it's just that they died. Okay. So a new president is... So our president is not... Okay, right. Our head of government is not even in our party that won the most recent election. That's interesting. Right, which completes the Jacksonian agenda. And presumably we'll start a Vanderbilt agenda. Oh yeah, we should do this as well. Send out a mapping for over here so that we're ready. Any explorers by any chance? Okay, but we should, I think, get a new agenda. Oh yeah, House divided African colonization, possible action. I don't think any of these guys have any of the relevant traits, so... Let's send this guy, because he's a member of the Industrialists, and we might be able to replace him with a non-moderate. What is this? We may be able to repatriate them. We can sponsor this. You lose 100,000 quid. And... it's going to send people to Liberia. Okay, no, we definitely don't want to do that. We want them to stay at home. So, no, we won't worry about that. We also have the possibility here to start a modernization movement, which I think I am going to do. That is a movement that could be useful to us in order to... where's it gone? There it is. In order to try and drive through reform to tax, as well as getting off agrarianism would be really nice. There we go. Okay, 90%, sorry, not 90%, 60% of the vote for the Whigs. The time of Cornelius Vanderbilt is here. We reform and we swap and get up to 78, not up in the 90s where we were before, but, oh, sorry, those are them both in. We can get to 100 now. Hell yes. A righteous government. We've got victory in the notification. We've got the capital in Washington. We've got the head of state's interest group in government. Perfect. Okay, so the president, who's the president and who's the who wins the election are actually separate. And the person who's president is not the person who has the highest clout. I don't know what determines who the president is. Federal Republic, presidential elective. Rulers are chosen from the leader of the interest group with the most clout at the end of the election, but that's not how it works. I guess because there's something special in here. And it's not the right to bear arms. Interesting. Okay, good. So we have them in charge, which now means once this law passes, it's going to get interesting. They've gained foreign investment in East India. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. Where is our foreign investment? Yeah, expand East India HQ. Oh no, sorry. I thought our investment company was gonna expand the East India company. That'd be a bit weird. Anyway, we've got no infamy, which is bad. Need to move on that. Whoops. Okay, it did not occur to me that when we switched who was in power, suddenly they wouldn't back universal suffrage anymore. Okay. Well, you know what? What if we can negotiate to the intelligentsia and give them some support? They want... we must increase the amount of government administration in our estates from 28 to 48 in 10 years. I mean, we could do that. Ugh. But we get private construction allocation. That's, I mean, okay, no, that's pretty terrible. And, yeah, less amiability. What is our current amiability, by the way? Is that affected? Is the amiability that we have right now affected by the existing... How do I see what causes the amiability? It doesn't appear to be here. Maybe it's only when this is not open. But yeah, let's add some fine print. Tradition of free elections is added to universal suffrage. Don't we already have this? Yeah, we are already going to have this. This is literally no loss. But I want to do the one that gives them more influence. It looks like we can't do that. Oh, well, okay, there is. We could do this, but it would cost us some bureaucracy. And it's only for 10 years. No, yeah, we'll add some fine print about the tradition of free elections. That's fine. Hang on. Why didn't that do it? Why are the intelligentsia not backing it now? Huh? That's weird. Okay, try again, I guess. Buddy bourgeoisie. Voting age of 21. More political strength per vote and more authority. That's really good. Yeah. Improve lives amongst the common people. Get to 12 standard living. That's, I mean, we could probably do it, but yeah. I'll have some free authority. Absolutely. They didn't support it, though. Maybe it'll reset at the end of the week? No. I guess you can probably only negotiate once. And so... yeah. Ooh, this, I should note, this is also... there are interest groups that oppose things. They oppose the actual amendments themselves. So that might make them less happy. That's weird, though. Also, why isn't Texas... we've got 20 relations. Shouldn't they have integrated? Why didn't those negotiations do anything? That's weird. They're indifferent, which surely means if I negotiate with them, they should flip to positive. Has already negotiated. Not worked. Weird. Well, I don't know. I guess we just cross our fingers. This isn't great. We've got a bank crisis, unfortunately. And I can't do this because I guess because I don't have the 500,000 quid it would take. 40% interest rate, minus 50 loyalists, way less investment pool, and various places get some crippling stuff, and we get hard times. If we complete it, we get some renewed stuff. How do I fix this? Growing the GDP, discovering new sources of gold, and interventionalism would hasten the recovery. I would love nothing more than to pass interventionalism. Although I'd rather pass laissez-faire. So maybe we do laissez-faire anyway. And laissez-faire would pass... no, it would struggle. Where is this negative? Oh, the negative... I guess you can't look at the chances to pass laws, because now not only does it not show the correct positive one, because it's counting the checkpoints, it's not showing the negative one because they're negotiated with, I think. Because there's minus 40% here, but it says it would only have a 3% stall chance. So I think that's wrong. But we'll see. I'm trying to fix the budget as it is, so it's not good timing to have our interest rate spike so much. Youch. Hey, here we go. Texan statehood. Welcome to America. We get abolitionists unappeased. Why would this... oh, because they're a slave state. Yeah. And the Mexicans don't like us, but we annex Texas. Welcome to America. Excellent. Texas obviously has some problems. We incorporated instantly. Heck yeah. Comanche domain in this region. Interesting. 95% less colony growth speed, 9% mortality. Now, Comanche, that seems rather evil of you. Yes, these are the ones I've looked up recently, actually. That's right. I talked about these guys in one of my recent videos on EU5. These are the ones that adopted Western guns and horses and stuff, right? And then built an empire, basically. All right. Well, we're not doing the normal Trail of Tears, but if there's some kind of event that lets me demilitarize this group as peacefully as possible, that will be something that we're probably interested in doing. There's my influence, by the way, which means it's time for the power block. Here we go, the Union of Hope. There are hope for many things. Let's get the horse rider in there. Hope for prosperity, hope for better rights for all. The Trade League Union of Hope is formed. Does this break our treaty? Does it put us in violation of the Canterbury Convention? No, it just removes it, but remains bound. Hell yeah. Pulled a little sneaky one on you there, Britain. Nice. Ooh, Russia was not a fan of that maneuver. Russia has rivaled us. Well, with that in mind, I feel like we're only going to be able to get more able to fight Britain. So with that in mind, let's side with Britain for now. We will also rival Russia. Who does Britain not like? Spain and the Ottomans. I'll rival the Ottomans too. I want the influence so that we can start making some treaties, start giving our investors something to spend money on. There is obviously the downside that it means they're spending the money outside the country, but I think it's probably worth it. My only way of getting out of hard times, by the way, I mean, I'm going to try and push west. Obviously, I'm getting nationalism, so if we took land off Mexico, there'd be some gold production there. But we'll see how that goes. I also need to bring the price of iron down, which I will start working on. We have some iron mines. I'm just building in the capital to start with, just trying to, while we still have spare infrastructure in the capital, I'm probably just going to build here. We have the New York Harbor for the extra mappy. We have the hardwood output. It seems good. I'm not sure if this is optimal, but I think I'm also going to go through and say places that aren't American chestnut forests go on non-hardwood production, because that way our government costs will drop because wood will be cheaper, and we can just focus on producing hardwood in the places that are, you know, more optimal for hardwood production. I'm going through and trying to make some decisions about lots of our buildings right now. I think that's all of them. Yeah. We've also switched to some slightly more sugar-intensive food production. Our treaty with France is starting to cost us some more money, although it has now dropped with the extra groceries production I've just added. Oh my god, the tooltips in this game are so much worse than EU5. It's probably because I have these wrong. Unlock delay. Lock it for longer. Would that do it? The problem is that you click on it here, right? And then you start going up there, but if you accidentally cross another tooltip... Ah! Anyway, I'm going to try not to complain too much this campaign. It's a good game. It's a good game. Yeah, driving west, we are starting to colonize up here, and I'm going to see what I can do diplomatically now we have all this extra influence. We will also start trying to draw some more people into the Union of Hope. You know, Cuba, Haiti, lots of people that we want in our market, basically, just to provide more basic materials for us to industrialize with, but also to increase our mandate generation for sure. So a charm offensive towards both the great powers and South America, while we really should be spending some of our infamy now that we've got Texas. So maybe actually just like an acquisition of Cuba or something would be good, or Venezuela. Who's going to help Venezuela if we protectorated them? Probably no one, but maybe New Granada. How do I switch between these tabs? Shift 2, okay. No, Shift 2 did that. That was Control 2. Okay. Yeah, so they have armies, but not very significant ones. New Granada's is bigger. Ours is probably quite a bit better, though. I'd rather... Maybe we should go after Central America instead, although... let me think. Let's go after Ecuador. We need... Sorry, Uruguay. We need to get these guys integrated so that we can make our paper and sulfur company. So I think we will go for a full annex country. Doesn't cost very much infamy. Let's see how this goes. They're not going to accept, obviously. I might speed one. Oh, and the Americans, the Ottomans have broken the treaty. That's fine. And we're going to keep working on treaties. You know what else we should do? We should get an interest going over here. I need all these interests. You know what? I don't need an Oceania interest. Give me a North German interest so that I can start trying to negotiate with some of these people. Oh, hey, nice. Modernization agitator has appeared. Literary, charismatic, romantic, tactful. I said it, but you know who I know who sprung into your mind. It's got to be Ralph Emerson, right? He's loved. He's an evolutionist. Why didn't he join the evolution movement then? But still, good one to have. Damn. Okay, so Prussia and Austria have rivaled us. That's not ideal. I think I'm going to keep improving with relations with Prussia. See if we can bring them back on side. I did counter-rival Austria because they're friends with Russia. But a Russia-Prussia-Austria friendship is doomed to fail. So hopefully we'll be able to get Prussia on side when they turn on Austria, if we get lucky. Yes, so while we have been very peacefully, very amiably, don't worry about this being a slave state, been trying to expand America's borders down here, the Comanche are raiding us. So I think a punitive expedition is in order, and we will begin this colonization effort. Perhaps I shouldn't have done that, actually. No, you know what? I shouldn't do that. Because I can't remove a colony during a diplomatic play. When these colonies finish, I'm going to stop, and then I'm going to prioritize trying to colonize up into Canada, basically. Trying to deny some of this land from the British. Although I assume when I buy this, they will also want the... What is it? The 51st parallel? Or is that Korea? 51st parallel. No, I was right. Okay, good. It's the border between... it's the border between America and Canada, right? Yeah. It's like lots of it falls along the 51st parallel, I think, or near about. No one interfered with our conquest of Uruguay, by the way, so this will be entirely trivial acquisition. Another treaty with France. This will probably end up costing us money, but right now this is a profitable trade. Only costs us 20 influence, but we get military assistance off France as long as we don't subvent or tariff. Furniture, that's fine. Treaty of... Is this going to call it the Treaty of the Treaty of? I think it might. We'll call it the Military Pact. What is it, 95% chance they accept? Nice. Military Pact is entered into force. I can't renegotiate the Convention of Paris. I mean, I kind of can, but the problem is the game is double counting the obligation. It says plus 30 from obligation, but that's not actually there. So we'd have to seriously change up what we wanted to do here in order to get them to agree to a renegotiation of this. Because yeah, right now we are making a loss on some of those exports, but it raises the price of goods in our market to be selling them to France. So that's kind of good. A rebellion has broken out in the state government of Rhode Island. Forced the immediate adoption of universal suffrage. Ooh, that can be interesting. We have the right spirit. Rhode Island we get 10% enactment chance. That seems good. Some people are mad. That's fine. Be mad. We're getting universal suffrage. This is the 4th cabin fever event that we've had. Eventually, it's going to hit peril. I don't like the odds of this expedition. They've been in Utah for a long time. So I'm considering a treaty with Britain. Because, as you know, we would like Ontario for the company. It's also just quite a good state, I think. Well, no, it's not very good, actually. The sulfur's fine. There's plenty of logging to be done. Does it have any good modifiers? It's in Niagara Falls and hardwood and some infrastructure from the Great Lakes. I mean, it's a good state. It's an okay state. Well, no, it's a good state. It's a good state. We would like it. And Britain would sell it to us. They like the idea of giving us military assistance. They like the idea of selling us some merchant marine. I would have to agree to not subvent a lot of stuff and give them a lot of money. 7.5k a week for 25 years. We could potentially get it done with just 3k. No, we couldn't. 5k? I mean, 50% chance on 5k. 5k a week is a lot of money, but Ontario not having to go to war with the UK, being able to be on good terms with the UK for the next while. This also gives us an alliance with the UK, by the way. could definitely be useful. This seems good. And I bet when we renegotiate the treaty, this minus 200 is not there. This is the Canadian Friendship Treaty. And I think we do it. And there we go, the Canadian Friendship Treaty on the very first try. You remember when we included those company monopolies? So we did do slightly more than I originally wanted to get this through. We've given them a monopoly on fishing wharves, which I don't think really matters because we don't have very many of them. And we were giving them investment rights anyway. They could buy stuff up anyway. And tobacco plantations. Now, tobacco plantations is interesting because there are quite a few tobacco plantations in our country. But right now, they're owned by manor houses. And if I can have those tobacco plantations become owned by a company in Britain, then that will weaken the southern landholders. And as we know, the British in this era, by now, yeah, I think by now, they're anti-slavery, right? So this fits the roleplay perfectly. We are just trying to strip power away from those damn southern landowners. And look at that. Upper Canada, now our subject. Hell yes. Very nice. So we will want to improve relations with them if we can. And our relations now with Britain are still improving, even if we don't actively improve relations, despite all these no subventions and no tariff things. I also remember not to put more than, is it 25? I think you can only get up to 25 reasons for acceptance from subventions and tariffs. They're also giving us military assistance. So is France, by the way, which will help with our purse. And we did not have to transfer them any money in the end, which is good. We are, however, having to buy a bunch more goods. But again, hopefully this will just... I'm treating this as kind of just a subsidy to our economy, basically. We're spending this money on goods, but that's just going to encourage our country to produce those goods. We might have to go to high taxes, but we'll see. We'll see how things go on that front. But yes, Upper Canada under our control is going to be really good. Can I colonize next to here? No, because there's a diplomatic play or war at the moment. Is there? What? I don't think there is. Interesting. Anyway, Upper Canada control gained peacefully, and we are now going to have all the more reason to turn on Britain in the future, because you might think just because we've got Upper Canada, now we're going to be friends with Britain. Oh no! Now they own land, they own stuff. They're going to monopolize a bunch of our industries and things, and we're going to need to nationalize that at some point. I feel like this is... I like this trade. I think it's a good trade, but it is worrying. The fact that they have investment rights in me, I mean, there's a lot of rich capitalists over in the British Empire. They're going to start buying our stuff, and I'm not happy about that. But we'll see. We'll see how much of a problem that causes. Because, of course, the more they buy, the less our capitalists can buy, and the weaker our kind of investing class becomes. On the bright side, the industrialists are thrilled because they have that pro-British political lobby, which, as you can see, is now absolutely thrilled for the alliance. Although that only... You're kidding me, that lasts... Oh no, that's in the past. Okay, good. Hopefully this stays forever, this forming an alliance, and that will keep these guys solidly happy. Right, so it's actually worse than I thought. They're not going to not renegotiate. They're not going to ignore the value of the subject transfer. They're actually going to never renegotiate this because it contained a subject transfer. So in other words, I'm glad I only bound it for 5 years, because in 4 years and 11 months or whatever, we're going to abrogate this treaty, no doubt. Infamy's down, so time for another war. I think we could protectorate Bolivia, potentially. It might be better to just go for the state. This being the state that we need for our company. But I think just protectorating them is better. I mean, they're quite big at the end of the day. Do I see gold mines? Gold mines! That'll help with hard times if we actually acquire them. We do have some gold mines discovered here, but we don't control enough of the state yet to actually build any of them. I think they've got fields right now. But... So yeah, I think going after this state is our next play. Do I want to take... Yeah, I think we protectorate the whole thing. No one should back them, so should be good. Okay, nationalism's unlocked, which should now trigger Manifest Destiny. Nice. Also unlocks ethnostate, national values, support, separatism. I think that's new. Interesting. Yeah, sports, corporatism, all this good stuff. Nice. We are at war with Bolivia. Indeed, no one joined. So hopefully, I'm also focusing on building up these cotton plantations so we can finally get that company going. What share of our economy did the British buy so far? None. Even though we gave them a monopoly, the British companies have bought none of our stuff. Well, it's kind of good. All right, Manifest Destiny. So how does this work? The idea of Manifest Destiny, the belief the expansion of our nation is a sacred mission we're duty-bound to carry forth. You need to take hold. Vast lands of North America beckon. Says the progress bar tracks the credence of Manifest Destiny in our country, determined by various pro-expansion and anti-expansion conditions. Okay, let me read these and then I'll summarize them. Okay, so basically, this one is be aggressive, and that includes completing the Indian removal. So unfortunately for the Indians, I think it's... How do I spin this? Some of them are going to die on the move, right? But I'm just trying to protect them from the vicious slavers around here in the south who are no doubt raiding their territories, not permitting them to live in peace, as we will let them in the Indian territory. So unfortunately, the Cherokee removal and the Chickasaw removal are going to happen. And of course, we will abide by the treaty, but still, you know, remove them. Because that will expand us towards getting this. Sea to shining sea. The birth of a new day is at hand, or there's nothing sacred about conquest. It's not conquest. We're just bringing people under our wing. The birth of a new day is at hand. We can promote continentalism. Expansion is key. The industrialist and petty bourgeoisie get a bit radical. We get the myth of the vanishing Indian. What does that mean? Okay. Expansion is key, so we will promote it. If we get to 3, then we can make an offer to Mexico, or we can encourage Western sentiment. And if we can get logistics and then map the Oregon Trail, we can kind of buy a whole noodle of land over here, basically. And then if we have 3, we can also do this, which nerfs the planters in Texas and Kansas and gives us a boost there. It does reduce the land tax in those areas. John Ross is protesting. A treaty is a treaty. We cannot rescind what we have signed. Ah, this is the one where they came up north. Some of them came north and signed a treaty, but the rest of them are like, we didn't do that. No, I'm afraid we signed the treaty. Sorry about that. You got to move over here. It's the only way to protect you from the southern planters. I'm sorry. Oh, interesting. And we get this. So while it's active, we get less infamy decay, less tension decay, but more assimilation, more morale recovery, and more maneuvers per diplo play. Interesting. Oh, hey, and timely, as war with Bolivia breaks out, Martin Van Buren, who is a Manifest Destiny supporter, has become in charge of the yeoman farmers, which has pushed this, so we can now encourage Western settlement. Nice. Cost us 5% bureaucracy, but that's okay. And I can now choose to suppress this if I want to, which obviously I don't. Now, do I want to make an offer to Mexico? If they accept, we have to be out of debt, which is going to be challenging. But if they accept, it reduces our progress. But we should be able to get the progress back, I think, because completing the Indian removal is going to do it. Ooh, the Indian wars. No. We're being peaceful, remember? No wars. Right, you guys. We have way higher stats than them. They have terrible organization, so I'm not really concerned about this. Let's go and land somewhere that is ideally less mountainous. I think this whole place is pretty mountainous. It's not really going to work. Go ahead and land here. Good stuff. See? The event text agrees with me. Removal will save the Indians. Don't read the event. Don't worry about it. It will save them. We know this. Oh, it passed on the 25%. Thank God. We were stuck on this blooming law for so long. 3 years. 3 years been pushing through universal suffrage. Goodness gracious. Okay, that's good though. That's really good. We have, more legitimacy from votes. This is going to be good in our next election, I think. And it finally frees us up to actually make some progress here. For example, imagine if we could get proportional taxation. If we get proportional taxation, we're not going to be able to get per capita, I think. Because, the armed forces and petit bourgeoisie support both. So if we go to this one, they won't really care to go to this one. But we could do this. With a negotiation with the industrialists, we could get this passed. And this would be so good. This would be amazing. Being able to get an income tax rate early, so good. Now, let me check, by the way. This did, yeah, so there's all these amendments. And do these amendments cause opinion changes? So the industrialists right now, are they unhappy because of the voting age? Oh my good Lord. Why is it so hard to hover over things? So no, they oppose the amendment, but they don't care about it. It doesn't actually change their opinion at all. Excellent. This seems like a really good amendment. I want to put this on all my laws. 25% authority? Are you kidding me? I'm assuming it's specific, and that's why it's got this logo. But yeah, these are good amendments. Honest. What? I didn't make political concessions to the landowners. What? I don't remember doing that. Damn it. I must have done that without realizing. Nuts. Well, the other ones are good. I mean, look at this. We get 2 tradition of free elections on here for 10 legitimacy each. That's got to be broken, right? That's crazy. That's absolutely crazy strong. Is it counting it twice? It is. That's so good. We're going to have so much legitimacy. Excellent. Okay, well, yeah. Next thing. We do have legacy slavery. Oh, we could repeal the gag rule at will. Might as well. Is it gonna? I mean, presumably these guys won't like it. Nope, they didn't care. Okay, cool. We could just ban slavery. 40% stall chance is not great. And it's increased because they'd be angry. But we could probably ban slavery, you know. But I kind of want a civil war. Obviously, trying to ban slavery might cause a civil war, but I kind of want a civil war because I think it will help us do a more intense reconstruction, basically. We have some anti-strike laws. The Combinations Act. No, we don't want to do that. That works against the trade unions. Well, the 2 main options would be laissez-faire. Who doesn't like laissez-faire? Right, the yeomen. The big old yeomen don't like it, but they're basically chill because they're happy, so they're not actually going to properly oppose it. We should do laissez-faire first, shouldn't we? The game wants me to do interventionalism, because it goes with it would help with the hard times event. But I think laissez-faire would be so good. And we could do laissez-faire followed by... Yeah, laissez-faire followed by proportional taxation would just be so good. And laissez-faire would also... Wouldn't it increase the power of the capitalists? No, I guess it wouldn't directly. Oh, it forbids monopolies too. Oh, no, that's bad. I wanted to monopolize wood for our company. It would also prevent nationalization, which would be bad. Maybe we don't go laissez-faire. Maybe we go interventionalism. What's the difference? Hang on, let me get them both. Let me screenshot one so I can look at them both at once. I believe the main difference is the private allocation. Yeah, that's pretty big. So the difference is interventionism gives 1 less free company charter and 50 versus 75% private construction allocation. Laissez-faire also gives 25% less loan rate and automatically invests all government dividends, which is fine. And it gives the 25% capitalist investment pool and 25% shopkeeper investment pool contribution efficiency, which is so strong. Forbidding privatization and disabling nationalization. So forced privatization, disabling nationalization is pretty bad because it will cause us problems with the British. It will make it difficult for us to nationalize stuff off the British. But I think it's worth it. Let's just get laissez-faire in there. You know, we've got this bad economic situation. This will help. I will immediately negotiate with the evangelicals, who aren't even opposing it, but if they could back it, that would be great. Do I want to give them political concessions? It says political concessions will be added, sponsoring interest group, which surely has got to be the evangelicals. But I don't really want to do that permanently. We can probably get the standard of living up. Failure will partly radicalize them. I just kind of don't believe this will actually help the enactment chance, though. But yeah, we'll do this. We'll vow to improve the lives of the common people. Okay, and that did improve the enactment chance. Good, okay. So let's get laissez-faire in, and then we'll go and have a go. Oh, colonization of Missouri's done. Nice. Make that boy a state. They're already incorporated. Nice. Yeah, I think laissez-faire followed by taxes. If we can get proportional taxation, oh my god. It will be so good. If you're not familiar, by the way, with why that would be so amazing. Basically, right now, the way taxes are all levied through consumption, which costs loads of authority. And also, because they're levied on consumption, in order to actually get enough money coming in, I'm basically forced to put taxation on things that hit the poor, basically. Being able to have taxes that predominantly affect the more wealthy is way better because it permits us to tax those for whom it will have a smaller impact on their SOL and consumption and will hurt the market less to tax them, basically. This progress is going well. We need to build more, by the way, and we need more money. But I think, yeah, handing some of our construction over to the private sector so there's more actual construction going on would be good because there is room in the investment pool for more building. And you know what? What about a laissez-faire with some political concessions added for the trade unionists? Perfect. That will help lay the ground in the future for more trade unionist power, which we will want in the fullness of time for sure. Nice. And that makes them like us more too, so we can get some manufacturing throughput. Sweet. All right, there we go. We built the required plantations. So copper and lumber for Lee Wilson and Company. Let's go. Only 4.1 estimated productivity, which is not great, but it should hopefully improve. And yes, we'll be able to invest in these. We will give them railway rights for sure. And there's not much point giving them monopoly rights. As soon as this passes, they won't be able to do it. So we'll just do that. Has Britain bought any of our land yet? They have. Oh no. One level. They bought one level of our buildings, the bastards. After I expressly gave them permission to do so. How dare they? And our capture of the capital leaves Bolivia willing to accept our peace. Remind me, what happens to your subject when I protectorate you? Your indirect subject. Oh, that's cool. And I assume if I now integrate Bolivia, they South-Peru would then become my subject. Cool. So we will work to... why can't I decrease payments? Oh, because you're a protectorate, of course. Yeah, we want to move them to being a puppet soon. We have got a few things on Ontario, so we can annex them more quickly. I did decrease the autonomy of Liberia just so that they paid me more money. It seems to me says, oh, Liberia has a more historic border for the time. That's fun. There is this little rebellion, but neither of them want to become my protectorate for support, so I'm not that interested. We have some infamy right now. We could go to another war. You know what could be a good war? Brazil for money. Like we could force our way to investment rights in Brazil. Netherlands would back them. You wouldn't back me even with an alliance? If we forced investment rights in Brazil and then got them to transfer us a bunch of money, that could be kind of good. They might even accept. I might use my crystal ball to see if they accept. What affects this? Military power difference, which is already maxed at 100, I'm assuming. Okay. I'm gonna use a crystal ball to see if they accept, and if they don't, we'll do something else. Hey, they accepted. Although it only lasts for 4 years? That's not really what I was looking for. I mean, 5 years, I guess, but it's just started. We can't renegotiate it because it's enforced. Oh well. That's still kind of good. Still kind of good. We are working on getting Honduras into the bloc. As I say, yeah, we're working on that. Will you give me my power block embassy? You won't. You would give us investment rights. In fact, you probably would give us the power block embassy. Nice. We don't need investment rights. Really? In fact, you know what? You are so keen on me. Will you just give me some money? They totally will. Oh, what have I done? Give me... I mean, it's not much. It would cost me some influence. Free money, though. Hard to turn down. Oh, yeah, and the because we protectorated Bolivia, Peru unified up, which is a shame. I wonder if we could get... We could! Okay. So we'll just go for getting the Peru into the power block, I think. As our that can be the next bit of our posturing down here. That works. Yeah, give me that. And then... Do I want to guarantee independence for a bit more influence? We should put it in a separate treaty, I think. Although actually, pay me for guarantee of independence. Yeah, that works. And also, send me some dyes. That seems good. So we don't have a kind of domestic dyes manufacturing. This costs them money. Or rather, it makes them money, but it doesn't cost us. We don't pay for the goods. I mean, I think we pay. Do we pay for the goods, or does the market pay for the goods? I think our market pays for the goods. Yeah, send me a bunch of sugar and stuff. Sure. And then, would you give me a treaty port? How much do you hate this? They really hate it. Would you give me any of these states? Don't think so. But yeah, this works. This will get us some. This will basically also maneuver them into the thing. How much do you hate giving these out? You know what? It could be done. How many levels of this do you have? There are 31, 50. Oh, that's in our country. How many levels of... Well, you must have some logging. Oh, I can't because you have to have investment rights. Well, put investment rights in the treaty then. Again, this is going to cost us a fair amount of influence, but I think getting America into our power block should be high priority. If we gave them... This is not much money, is it? We could always just take less money off them. Yeah, this works. I don't want to bound... no, I don't want to bind it for too long. Well, do I? Yeah, no, I think this is fine. Let's bind this for 25 years, and then we'll deal with Peru again after that point. Meanwhile, they can just be a bit extractive, and we'll take as much money as they'll give us for the certain signature. Nice. And yeah, it costs some, what is it, 150 influence, but that should now be enough for them to drift. Oh yeah, well into the block. Nice. We're going to keep working on all these people. Yeah, isolating Brazil being a high priority. These people, before other people start getting influence in this continent, we need to try and get as many of these people into our block as possible. So I'm going to make some more treaties around here with our remaining influence. So I'm renegotiating the Canterbury Convention, which I'm actually going to rename. This is now the British buying. What's a word for deal that begins with a B? British buying. Brag? It's not really. Is there such a word? Anyway, the British buying deal. We're actually we've got rid of groceries. We'll no subvention on luxury furniture, and instead we'll double the amount of hardwood we're sending them. That's one of the few deals we're actually making a profit on at the moment. The hardwood export, that is. And that should spare our budget a bit, because now we're no longer having to spend... Oh my god. This tooltip is just slightly too small, such that I can accidentally hover over diplomatic treaties. You have to go left. Holy shit. The UI... Oh, I can use some work. Anyway, diplomatic pacts. Where is it? They're not even in this list. Treaties? Surely it should be under diplomatic pacts. That's bizarre. Huh. Well, okay. I guess we have to go to it through here. But what I was saying is the expense for groceries are no longer here. We're spending 11 buying hardwood, which if I counted correctly, yeah, 14 grand from selling that hardwood to Britain. Amazing. Maybe France is interested, because I don't think any of these other things, and this is something that, like, the UI on this could use a lot of work, but it's so awkward to figure out which of your exports are profitable and which aren't, and by how much. Let me screenshot both halves of these trades so that I can actually see which ones are profitable. Because I'm trying to make more money so that I can offer Mexico money for land, in which case I think they'll probably refuse, and then we'll have an excuse to go to war with them. But right now, the fruit we're sending Britain, they're not going to renegotiate, because that's part of the Canadian Friendship Treaty. Likewise, the tools that we're sending to Britain we're making a loss on, but again, it's part of the Canadian Friendship Treaty, so it's necessary. Meanwhile, with France, the artillery we're making a loss on. The fertilizer we're making a loss on. The small arms we're making a loss on. And the sugar we're making a loss on. Okay. So let's see if we can renegotiate this treaty. Looks possible, but this is counting the 30 from obligations, so probably not. We could give them trade privileges, but the problem is there's 0% chance they would accept this right now. We're at minus 36 reasons. So it's not likely, I don't think, that we could get out of those deals. They're not the expensive ones. The sugar is quite expensive. The steel is worse. Is the steel in our other deal? Yeah, the military pact. What about this one? I don't really need the military assistance from them. So we could renegotiate this thusly. They don't want to because of their diplomatic stance. Just because we're a bit different to them. We could give them trade privileges to get out of the steel deal. That would save us like $1,000 a week, $1.5 grand a week. We could sell you something else. We could sell you hardwood too. But that's just going to keep increasing the price of it in our market though. No, I think we probably leave that one as is for now. The military assistance is kind of nice. It helps buff our relations. So we'll just keep working on our relationship there, I think. Meanwhile, in the power block, we've got lots of people ready to join soon, which will be nice. Oh, our cohesion tanked. What happened there? Right. Bolivia doesn't like us. We should very much be increasing relations with them. Proposed treaty commerce has been declined by Great Britain. Didn't we already do that? What was that? Did I propose a change to this deal? Oh yeah, I proposed giving me an obligation. I thought that was they were happy to do that. Looking at this, because an obligation from Britain could be potentially useful. So let's see if we can get that. I won't tariff luxury clothes. You care about luxury clothes, don't you? That would be minus 12. That is an improvement on minus 16. We won't worry about it. We are finally building some iron, which will help with our economy. I feel like I've badly mismanaged the economy so far this game. We're in rather dire straits. I don't want to go to high taxes. I'm already using all of my money, all of my influence to tax as much as we can. Laissez-faire passing will help for sure. We really should keep trying to map the Western frontier, even though I feel like we're just going to fail again. He's brave, diplomat, honorable. We'll send that guy. Again, it's going to cost us a bunch of money, but they demand rivalry with Brazil to help British interests. Yeah, that's fine. I'll do that. We could do with the influence anyway. Grand plan pays off. Heck yes. More momentum. Oh, a new election. Ooh, the loan interest rate. Is this an absolute or a relative modifier? Because an absolute 20% interest rate reduction would be amazing. Actually, just 20%, much less important, right? What is my interest expense right now? 14 grand. I mean, it would help. I would love the momentum, but you know what? I like the money more. It did literally nothing. Maybe it updates at the end of the week. Yeah, there we go. Okay, it's relative, not absolute, but still, that's a nice reduction. And here we go. Our first our first power block invites. Guatemala is in. Honduras is in. Amazing. The Union of Hope spreads its wings over the Americas. It will unite these brothers, these disparate people. Oh, the British Empire has grabbed this one. This invalidates some treaties, which will give us back a bunch of influence. Fantastic. And yeah, I am going to try and get all of this lot in. Did that end with their independence, by the way? It did. Why do we have no influence over you? Because they're a subject of France. How did that happen? Don't really understand how that would have happened. Interesting. Maybe that's part of some, scripted historical event. Peru, we were trying to get Peru in peacefully, right? Yeah, and we are indeed going to succeed. So Argentina, harder. Could be done though. I'm going to keep working on growing the power block. Obviously, the faster we can grow it, the faster we can get some good mandates going, will be great. Ooh, interesting. Okay, new election happens, and they will not seek a third term, which is a second term, because they only had one term. But anyway, we have a new leader of the industrialists. Ah, no, okay, I see what happens. You still get this guy. At the end of this guy's first term, he remains president, but ceases being the leader of the industrialists. I understand, okay. Radical absolutionists is what we've got here. They are neutral towards multiculturalism. That's interesting. That is interesting because they don't like racial segregation. So they would be willing to pass multiculturalism, but you have to ban slavery first. That would be good. We could get multiculturalism through. That would be real good. We did suffer a setback on this, but it gave us some more chance to push things through. So settlers from Maine have disrupted the New Brunswicker Astuk region. Conflicts between Yankee and New Brunswicker lumbermen. The main border dispute. If they reject, we can press our claim. If they agree, we'll gain control of the New Brunswicker. That's this bit here, right? Well, yeah, we'll try and negotiate. I think it seems appropriate. Our British friends, we've been trying to be good to our British friends, so hopefully they'll be willing to come to the negotiating table. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe you can renegotiate treaties even when it counts. They fixed it. I think they fixed it. I think you can renegotiate treaties even when there's an obligation involved. That's fantastic. That's absolutely excellent news. So we should be able to renegotiate this treaty. That's such good news. We can get rid of these darn transfers. Fantastic, because I'm willing to give them investment rights. Oh, I was in the process of making the bug report, and while doing the bug report, I found out that it's fixed. Excellent. Oh, hell yes. A pretty smooth passage through the houses, I would say. We get the 25% less interest rate. We get 2 more company charters, which will come in very handy. That's excellent. And we can make a play for proportional taxation. Now, it does have a 40% solve chance. Obviously, per capita taxation would be so much easier, but the advantage is this comes with a dividend tax rate, and the disadvantage of this is it comes with the per capita tax and the land tax. Not only that, they come with this, this has a higher income tax rate, double the income tax rate. And we are losing, I know we're not even, it even has higher consumption tax rates. This would save us. Now, our odds are not good, but we have to try. That's much lower than it said it was going to be. That's good news. And there we go. Some negotiation with our fellow members of government later. We've got the intelligentsia and the industrialists on side, and proportional taxation looks set to pass. Yes, this is so good. This is absolutely blooming amazing. It also cuts this. Oh, and a native uprising. That's actually a good thing too. It'll let us colonize this area faster. So this, of course, is not an uprising of all the people that live in this area. This is just the violent locals, the small portion of violent locals who are not interested in the Union of Hope. And so we're not colonizing the area, we're just liberating them. Now, those negotiations did require us promising to build a bunch of universities, 7 of them. And it is going to hurt our construction efficiency in the short term, but we wanted to build universities anyway, so I think that's okay. Oh, you can announce a delay or you can abandon the commitment. Interesting. That's good. Well done, Paradox. That was sensible. Build those in. Cool. Is this one? Yeah, this one's not bound anymore. We might be able to get some more out of them here. Oh, they love the idea of this treaty, just because they're huge fans of me. Hell yes. Yes. Oh, the plus 30 from equal exchange is currently buffing this up. But still, 20 reasons. Might be able to get something out of them here. Might get them to... I don't even want to send me some tea. I don't think there's anything we can actually get now that I know there's a plus 30 in there. We could ask for an obligation. Yeah, let's ask for an obligation. There's only a 50% chance they say yes, but what's the harm, right? If they do say yes, they did. Now we have an obligation on the UK to use. Nice. Which we could use to renegotiate another treaty. The treaty system is so good when it works. Our second expedition to across the way is going much better than before. Prussia is damaging our mutual... Oh, come on, Prussia. We were making headway. We were making progress. That's so annoying. All right, well, I'll stop improving relations with you then. Shall I rival them? I don't want to rival them. But I feel like given if we rival them, we're never going to be able to break out of it. I guess I'll just stop wasting influence improving with them. Our works to spread our power block across the Americas have been going pretty darn well, by the way. You should definitely accept this invite now. You are getting closer. We do have an obligation. No, we could owe them an obligation. But we'll just keep waiting because we have more dominance to come on that. I'm not doing Venezuela because I think I'm going to conquer Venezuela instead. We have the infamy, or we soon will. And Venezuela obviously has lots of oil. So I think going to war with Venezuela would be good. We're probably going to want to go to war with Brazil and splinter them, like fragment out a bunch of different countries from them. Also, of course, we want to take our... No, we have the state down here, don't we? But we are going to want to, yeah, split them apart so that they're easier for us to manage. We are now, yeah, moving towards where we're going to be able to annex Ontario without anyone helping them. Would anyone help them now, by the way, if we just did it violently? I'd rather avoid the 5 infamy, so we won't try yet, but it would be good to be able to do that. Bolivia, by the way, you're not decreasing. We should probably fund some lobbies in Bolivia. It's not very expensive. And once we get the new tax law passed, which passed straight through sponsorship with no issue, by the way. Once we get the new tax law passed, we're going to be able to actually increase our construction. I've been very conservative so far in terms of, like, we haven't built a single new construction center, just because I've been really worried about where our money's going to come from. But we're getting there. We're getting there now. And I think I found our next agitator. This guy endorses multiculturalism. We should absolutely get him in here. Oh, what are these new modifiers of multiculturalism? Support separatism, strength, and right, yeah. I haven't played since that, the big culture change, so we'll see how that goes. But he's loved. He'll join the modernization movement. I think he'd be good. He supports multiculturalism, so if we put him in charge of the intelligentsia, that would be good. Obviously, the intelligentsia are not that strong right now. Who was this? Please tell me that's not the guy I just got. No. Okay, good. He supports if we put him in charge of the intelligentsia, we might be able to use that to get through multiculturalism, especially because we can probably negotiate for the industrialists to back multiculturalism because they're neutral on it. Yeah, so we can, and with the industrialists and the intelligentsia, we could pass multiculturalism. Obviously, we don't have the tech for it yet, which is here. But we are, you know, we're on our way. About to get joint stock companies, by the way, which gives us another company, which is going to be good. We could do with integrating Ontario before that company appears. Or Pennsylvania Premium Steel would work too as our next company, actually. Steel is a bit of an issue. I'd rather have the tools one, but steel and we give it coal and iron. Yeah, that works. That works. So where's that? Let me just do the old filter. Where's it gone? It's not Carnegie Steel. It's Pennsylvania Premium Steel. There it is. We need 5 steel mills in Pennsylvania. Yeah, so let's do that. There are some problems. Oh no, good. The state bankruptcy in Pennsylvania has ended. So yeah, we will increase the size here to 5. I'll delay that. And then we'll be able to get Pennsylvania Steel, give them coal and iron, and that will really kickstart our industrialization. Hey, Canadian border treaty signed. Nice. Which gives us more. Yeah, bidirectional truce with them. And Maine gets happier. Nice. We're really close to the end of this expedition. Let's just play it safe. I really don't want to have to go on a third one. And there's pharmaceuticals. Excellent. We currently don't have a healthcare system, right? Yeah. So we're going to try and go straight to public health. It's much easier to go straight to public health because there are people that will only back public health because they hate no health. So we should definitely be able to do this, and that'll be excellent, giving us that mortality reduction there. Yeah, nice. Very good indeed. Nice. Oregon Trail completed. Wonderful news. We get some prestige. Ellie here gets Explorer, which is good. Hopefully that doesn't make him too much more popular. And we have the Oregon Trail completed. Nice. So, I think... Can't we secure this now? No, we have to research logistics. And we have to have an army in the Great Plains HQ with 3 military units. Okay. Can we research logistics right now? We actually can. Well, sure. Let's go straight to that then. Let's grab logistics next. Oh, I forgot that doesn't queue things. Oops. We need the water tube boiler first. Although it's currently spreading, so maybe we just let it spread. I really, really do need this, though. I could also do with quinine. Would be beneficial. But I don't have the We're not able to colonize overseas yet anyway. So do we really need it? Could I get this? The industrialists... oh, that's exploitation. I just don't know how I'm going to get colonial resettlement is the thing. We might have to go exploitation. Because am I right in saying that... Because who hates this? The yeoman farmers and the petit bourgeoisie. No, but they don't like this either. Yeah, interesting. Interesting. We'll see. Hey, check it out. We got Sea Island cotton now coming out of this company. Nice. Very cool, very cool. So Sea Island cotton will be easier for us to export. When buildings use it, they'll be more efficient. And when pops consume it, they'll get more standard living. Very nice. Very nice indeed. Oh yeah, I didn't actually go through and say, like, should we be subventing stuff? So fertilizer, for example. We're tariffing import. Don't do that. Don't tariff any of this stuff, really. Do you have to be tariffing something for people to care about you tariffing it? I don't know. Can I... Surely there's a better way to do this. Can I not just say do this to all of them? Don't know. Like, do I have to have a tariff in effect for a country to be willing to care about it in a treaty? I guess, is what I'm saying. Not sure. Heck yeah. Ecuador asked to join, which reminds me to invite Nicaragua, which reminds me to invite Grenada. The Union of Hope greatly expands. Very nice. Very nice indeed. We now need to keep working on cohesion, because some of these people won't like us very much. Yeah, Costa Rica's not a big fan, but this invalidates lots of our treaties, which is good, because it means we can then spend that influence elsewhere. And yes, we are down to very low influence. Sorry, infamy. So I think... Do we just conquer the whole place? It would cost, like, what? Madeira is their most populous state, right? Or is this their most populous state? Let's have a look. Yeah, this is the most populous state. So it would be quite expensive. It would be like 30 infamy to fully annex them. Let's just protectorate them. That's fine. We can protectorate and annex them. Because I don't want to get too many protectorates we want to annex, because it takes time, right? But if it's just Bolivia and Venezuela that we currently have on the docket to integrate, that's okay. So yeah, to make protectorate war goal. Doesn't look like anyone will help them. New Granada might, but we will see. 71%. 71% chance that our budget problems are fixed right here, right now. Come on, please. Yes! Let's go. We're in the green. There's the dividend tax rate. There's the income tax rate. That is fantastic. That is extremely good news. Oh, yes. Okay, so now we scrap the tax on coffee. In fact, scrap all the consumption taxes and then let me reassess. I'm fine with taxing luxury furniture because only the rich consume it. But you know what we should definitely do now that we have a bit of authority to spare? Road maintenance for state construction in Pennsylvania, where we're trying to build at the moment. Oh, that's such a really, really good outcome. Ooh, we can support this. Nice. Costs 20.75. Gives more absolutist traction. Yeah, sure. We'll absolutely do that. Of course, we should be supporting the railroad. We're good guys. Pay no attention to the invasion of Venezuela. That's really, really good news with the taxes. Yeah, I don't want to do... We could do coffee. Who drinks coffee? It's only above level 6 for stimulant needs. And they can swap it for sugar. Yeah, I think we will keep doing maybe tobacco and coffee. Maybe just, yeah, okay, just tobacco. Because we do still need some money. I mean, look at this. We should probably pay the military, right? We're about to send them to war. But now we're back in the green. I don't know why it declined things shot twice. We're back in the green, which is really, really good. Exquisite. So now we can start making some money. And our treaties costs have come way down. We're actually making a net profit in total, though that's partly just because of transfers. We could still do with stopping selling England fruit, which we can do soon, because the treaty that got us Canada is up in 9 months. Hopefully they won't hate us too much when we get rid of that, but We'll see. Good. No one back Venezuela. They only have 25 defense. They could actually be a problem. Yeah, okay. We will send some more, just a few more units to this army. How many ships do I have? 21. Yeah, we'll invade with 21 troops, and that should be enough. Unfortunately, some more minor dissident elements in the Council of the Three Fires have decided to violently oppose our bringing hope to their people, and so we're going to have to stop that. We did land successfully in Venezuela without too much issue. They should be willing to surrender immediately. In fact, it's really good. Which brings the power block control getting bigger and bigger. Very nice. Need to start working on Chile, I think. Got some influence spare. Something like this. And then give me some money. Seems good. That'll work. Should be a good start to spreading our influence down there. I keep getting vacancies in my construction sectors. Our construction sector has gone down by 25% since this campaign started. I wonder why. We are also getting to the point where we can begin to start increasing some of these construction sectors finally, which is good. As long as we're roughly in the green, I am happy with expanding. There's the Ontarian colonization rights. Excellent. I don't think there's much I can do. Okay, up to 20%. We're getting there. We're really getting there. We'll keep trying, keeping a liberty desire low. Also occurred to me, we should go after the gold down here to help with our hard times modifier. That'll be really useful to us, I think. Yeah, and I'm gonna keep expanding these construction sectors. Nice. Time's finally come to withdraw from the Canadian Friendship Treaty. Now I'm hoping that we can get an alliance back with them, not least because that's going to really annoy the American-British Association. They're still genial. Okay, so what I would like to trade now, because I think I do want the alliance back. Oh, it only costs 150, not 50. Nice. I would like... I already have investment rights from them, that's right. So in fact, what we should do, probably, is renegotiate it into the other treaty. Okay, British buying deal, renegotiated. They give us investment rights. All we do is no tariffs on this, because they really want to give us military assistance, because they just love us so much. And then, we do a separate treaty, where we give them an alliance, and they subject transfer. Because you can't do subject transfers in renegotiations, because it's worried that it still does the -1,000, even if you negotiate a treaty that never had a transfer subject. I think it's just worrying that you're going to get round that feature. So do you want to give me the Trucal States? I bet we could make it happen. It would be good. It would be handy. Get some foothold near the oil. Get this and then conquer all these guys. We could just do it violently ourselves, though, couldn't we? We really should conquer all these when we have spare influence. Go and conquer all the oil countries around here. It would be nice. So looking at what the British bought last time, they bought a bunch of our tobacco plantations, and that's mostly it, really. They also now have a regional headquarter. The East India Company now has a regional headquarter. So, I mean, we could give them that again, because I could buy Lower Canada this way. We're close. We're close on this deal. They probably have some good transfers they want to do to me as well. No, I think about it, actually. So we could get a few more points this way. Okay, I think this works. They're going to sell us a bunch of clothes and liquor. They won't want to renegotiate it, so even if these go negative, they're not going to break it. They give us Lower Canada, which is a big province. Maybe we should be waiting for them to unify some of these up. We can't do it on the Hudson Bay Company, unfortunately, by the way, because that's a company. We do have to give them investment rights. We don't have to use our obligation, though. And we don't have to give them any monopolies this time. We have to not trade clothes, luxury furniture, and furniture with the world market. We are currently trading furniture with the world market, but I'd rather not. I'd rather we didn't buy any furniture and just created local demand instead. With that in mind, actually, maybe I should go and tariff consumer goods, because I'd rather develop local production of them. But yeah, this works, and they're very likely to accept. Yoink. Got your Quebec. Quebec, excuse me. Nice. There we go. That's another 500,000 people added to the Union of Hope. Exquisite. They probably hate me. No, they don't dislike me that much. And there's Water Tube Boiler. Oh, that's gonna be big. It's gonna be very useful. Yeah, with that in the mines, I think we're gonna see a substantial iron and coal price reduction, which is gonna mean that we can get more steel going. It's gonna be good. Our income is getting better and better. We can keep throwing down some more construction centers. Oh, it's all coming up. Hope, baby. Oh, hey, that's funny. We have the Confederate Canada journal entry now. So if we have amicable relations with two Anglo-Canadian or French-Canadian, we can unify them, which gives us 25% colony growth speed for 2 years. That's not very long. I think I will focus on annexing Ontario, but if we buy any others off England rather, we will certainly have a look at that. And yeah, I think we need to do some support regime. Can we stay at 100 legitimacy while doing that? We can. The whole negotiation system seems a bit overpowered, to be honest. We're not passing a law. Whoops. Should start passing a law. But yeah, we're going to give them knowledge sharing. I really want to try and crank their liberty desire as low as possible so that we can get them annexed peacefully. We could just ban slavery right now. Kind of feels like I should, right? Why wouldn't I? It's going to cause a civil war. Like what? Rebel, South. See what I care. We'll hopefully have, you know, Ontario and Quebec helping us out in this civil war. Should we ban slavery? It seems a little early. But the House is divided. And I am concerned that... and yeah, I mean, there's these huge bonuses to slave owner approval and stuff. They will rebel, but they're not that strong anymore. And getting rid of King Cotton would be really nice. Because right now we do have this. Oh, okay, it's down to 25%. That's good. When they were powerful, it was 50% less throughput on the cotton plantations, which is kind of bananas. But yeah, screw compromise. Let's ban slavery. We are the idealists, after all. And now the question is, will it let me negotiate with the southern planters? It will not. Minus 500 opposes law by greater than 2 steps. Yeah, fair enough. But we can probably get the petty bourgeoisie on side. And I mean, this is a really strong chance to pass. We might be able to pass it before they rebel. Which again, I'm not sure if that would be a good thing or a bad thing. We will find out, I guess. Now, they want us to pass National Guard. I was already thinking about passing National Guard as our Home Affairs policy. Because it would be useful for preventing secessions and things. Guaranteed liberties is better. Well, is it though? I'm not sure it is, to be honest. This gives, yeah, revolution progress speed and secession progress speed down by 10, and 5% radicals and loyalists from political movements. But this lets us mobilize so many more troops, which will let us look scary to the great powers without having to have a big standing army. It has the same bonus to revolution secession progress speed. It just doesn't give you the extra loyalists and less radicals from political movements. But I'm not scared of political movements, honestly. It does buff the petty bourgeoisie, who tend to be a little fascist. But maybe we can avoid them becoming... There are segregationists, which is not good, but maybe we can avoid them becoming full-out fascist. And in reducing the impact of droughts and wildfires and stuff, America, I don't know if you know this, not the best in terms of natural disasters. So being able to help with those would be good. Oh, amenability meaning people are more willing to negotiate when you have a stronger secret police. That's cool. Yeah, we'll do National Guard. That's fine. And that gets us up to 64%, which is going to do end of discussion factor multiplication on this. Yeah, I mean, they're big mad, obviously. The anti-slavery movement is going towards militant, but it's not going to become properly revolutionary. Only 86%. So, I mean... Seems kind of doable. I think we're going to be able to ban slavery without conflict. Hopefully, so that will trigger... It's funny that this is not ticking up while we actively ban slavery, but this will give us this, right? Yeah. 25% chance that their leader becomes an ethno-nationalist. And yeah, there's a short period during the exonerating slavery, and yeah, a long Reconstruction, Jim Crow laws. If we fight them, we can probably avoid Jim Crow laws. But it would be good to avoid open conflict. We can break them one way or the other. I'm sure there's ways for us to break the Jim Crow laws. But we will see. We've gotten rid of the Indian Territory's own market, by the way, because they were cruelly being denied access to the wealth of America, but also because it was lowering the cohesion. And we have pacified Florida. Good. And there's modern sewage, which means the Indian removal is done. Pray this never happens again. Manifest Destiny gains influence. Good stuff. Which means that we don't need Confederate Canada here. I should leave these up to remind me to do them. But yeah, Manifest Destiny more powerful now. So now we can make an offer to Mexico. Okay, is now the time? Absolutely not. Let's do it anyway. See what happens here. It's going to cost 3 million, which is a lot of money. But hopefully they say no, and then we can just yoink it all off them. It's a good thing we have low infamy, because I feel like this is going to be a rather infamous behavior. Oh, Japanese shogunate has had their market opened by France. Interesting. We should declare an interest over there. We don't need the Italy interest. See if we can get, because there's sometimes you can get a really early protectorate on the Japanese shogunate, and it's kind of crazy. Mexico did refuse. Okay, so we can get claims on all this. Occupying their capital state will allow us to dictate terms as we see fit. With a powerful enough concept of Manifest Destiny, we could seize even more territory. Okay. So, their northern territories can already be taken. With 5 or more influence... Hang on. With 5 or more influence... The tooltips in this mod, by the way, are really good and significantly outshine vanilla, which is quite funny. We could take these territories if we have 5 Manifest Destiny. And what do we have? 6. Okay. With 6 or more, we can take all the above territories and also force them to be our puppet. With 6, you can simply annex them outright. I'd rather make them my puppet because I don't want the infamy and radicals of the full annexation. So we can do this. We will have that land one way or the other. And an anti-Mexican lobby is formed. Now, it would be very foolish to go to war right now, having just started the potential of a civil war. Very foolish indeed. Let's do it. They might accept, so we will force a diplomatic play. And I will absolutely invite Britain to come help. So we can dictate terms. I don't think I have to add them here. I think it will just be in the peace deal. Like in the thing that happens when I occupy their capital. So I'm not going to add the terms here. But I will save in case that's wrong. Because that would be really annoying. But yeah. We will mobilize the Mexican border. Take their capital with a naval invasion and dictate terms. And as if to affirm our manifest destiny, a mandate for the Union of Hope. Excellent. It's very hard to debate with construction. I feel like construction is what we got to do. I would love Companies 3, but you have to get to Companies 3 for it to be really good. So I think we're going to take the classics, basically. Construction 3, Freedom of Movement 3, because the migration quota is really good. I mean, the third tier is not that good. Foreign investment could be good. Yeah, it's got to be Companies 3, construction, external trade, and then we have one more. And I might take food standardization. I like the idea of stacking this agriculture throughput. That would get us a 25% agriculture throughput, which is not, maybe it's not the best one, but that does seem like it would be fun. The other one we could do is colonial affairs, though. Yeah, we should do colonial officers until we have Africa colonized. Then we'll switch to food standardization. That works. But for now, it's got to be construction. It's just so good. I've created a fourth army, by the way. And this is, I've put just a couple of conscripts into it. And that's one where we actually do intend to raise the conscripts. Whereas obviously these other ones are conscripts just for the sake of appearances on the world stage. I really feel like things are starting to go our way. We've got double the construction we started with a minute ago anyway, not what we actually started with. putting ourselves in a very strong position. We have the Pennsylvania steel now, I think. No, not quite. I thought we queued... Did we not queue 5 steel mills in Pennsylvania? I could have sworn we did. Maybe the AI cancelled one of theirs or something. We do need these barracks built first, though. The war with Mexico is looking good. Slavery looks to be on its way to being banned, and I'm not even sure if these guys will rise up in time. Once they get to 75, I believe they become officially, like, it starts moving into a revolution, but maybe not, because they're militant from 75. They're not actually revolutionary. So we may well avoid the Civil War, which would be good in some ways. I don't know what it will do to Reconstruction. It may be that having the Civil War is actually preferable for Reconstruction purposes, but we'll see. We will just call ally on Britain, which will see them side with us. No one's going to side against us, so Mexico is 100% doomed, assuming Britain actually arrives. Are we going to be able to get Japan into our bloc? We'll see. It wouldn't really be good for our cohesion. We need to keep improving relations with members of the bloc and also just becoming more and more wealthy in order to make our bloc, excuse me, more cohesive. These guys are mobilizing, but we need this barracks to be built before I can actually move these guys around. But I think these lot will hold the front well enough, and then if Britain arrives, we can, you know, step it up and get ourselves a little bit more aggressive. But until Britain arrives, we'll just hold off. Monroe Doctrine violated. Is it now? Okay, we can't enforce the doctrine without a navy to match. Good. I'm glad that we don't have a big penalty for this, because that's obviously very silly. Britain being aggressive towards Mexico. It's me being aggressive towards Mexico. Silly game. I'm sure that's a mod thing, by the way. I'm not blaming the devs. And, you know, mods. You expect there to be this kind of thing. Ah, here we are. Okay. Representatives from across the sectional... Sectational? Like, as in sectarian? I've never known another word used instead of sectarian. Sectional. Sectional? Sectarian is just like sections, I guess. Now I think about it. I've never thought of that before. Anyway, a breach of the accord between North and South, denouncing it as a danger to national unity. We must preserve at any cost. We cancel the enactment. Or, compromise with slavery is immoral. We lose 15% enactment chance. We lose the Missouri Compromise, which makes them big mad. And we lose this, which gives the approval there. But I think we're still going to get it through. By the way, electoral confidence is something we haven't really interacted with yet. We get full legitimacy from the amount of political strength gained from votes because there's full confidence, because we haven't tampered with elections, basically. No, compromise with slavery is immoral, which will, I imagine, radicalize this movement. It hasn't seemed to, though. House divided, powerful. Yeah, I mean, 85 is doable. 85 is eminently doable. And we are going to be able to just absolutely plow through. Straight through to the... sorry, not plan. I meant strategic objective. We can't do a strategic objective until we're at war. Never mind. We're going to be able to just absolutely plow through here. Why does this have 60 regiments? What happened? 61? I didn't raise these conscripts. An agitator appears. A pro-slavery agitator. Okay, that's not ideal. Is that affecting the militarism? Not yet. Why does this have 61 battalions? It is raising conscripts. Oh! Do you have to raise all conscripts? I haven't clicked this button. Why does this regiment have conscripts in it? Well, I guess it doesn't matter. They won't be raised long. We'll plow through this front with reckless abandon. Prussian-French rivalry. Interesting. Yeah, so these guys are all now much happier with us. because there's no compromise. It's just the southern planters that are mad. And we are, of course, going to absolutely mash Mexico. I guess you can't raise partial conscripts anymore. Because, I mean, yeah, we have suddenly raised a whole load of them that I did not intend to. Are you your armed forces, aren't you? Yeah. So I'll promote you. We are a little short on bureaucracy, so should probably take some steps on that. But yeah, this war should be, honestly, pretty trivial. Right, and here it is. Predictive activism is now 100%, because uncommitted government and state paramilitarism has kicked in. We might be able to pass it before this fires, but with no home affairs, it's not ideal. So we may well end up in a civil war. I like our odds, honestly. Supported by 140 professional armies? What are you talking about? It's 4 times the army of the whole country. I don't think you can call allies into revolutions. So we'll just do what we can to try and delay this and hope we can get this passed in time and then have their activism tick down. We'll see. Well, that's not ideal. There's an election going on and the Democratic Party has suddenly got a huge upswing of momentum. We really need this to pass quickly before this kicks off. That's not ideal. Also, being at war is seriously hurting our economy here. Oh yeah, and our army teleported home while engaged in the invasion of Mexico. At the end of the day, it is still Victoria 3. Oh dear. 200% activism. 200%! We are not going to be able to avoid this civil war. So we just need to end the war with Mexico fast. And probably raise taxes, honestly. We need to not go broke while this war kicks off. Okay, there's the Treaty of Guadalupe. Guadalhidalgo, in fact. Force them to sell. We have other plans. Will result in a diplomatic thing. By right of conquest, we'll take California, New Mexico, and then some. And then secure the peace, they must submit. This is the one. 60 infamy! Oh my god! Reduces our relations, but only by 30. Cultural minority movement. A pluralist cultural minority movement is created. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I'm going to take 60 infamy. Look at that. Oh my god. That's quite the acquisition. Can we now... We should be able to do this, right? We've discovered the trail. I have to core it, right? But yeah, as soon as we incorporate California, I think we'll be in good shape. Okay, so that's good. Hopefully I think you can call subjects to war, right? I'm hoping I can call Mexico to war against the imminent CSA, which does not include Mexico right now. That's good. Okay, I am going to go through the states that they have. Oh no, I can't anymore, damn. I can't destroy their barracks. You know what I probably can do, though? I can get rid of the organized training at their barracks. So I am going to go through and disable organized training. This is not cheese. No, perish the thought. This is me withdrawing like federal support for their training efforts. This will hopefully slow them down slightly. Okay, well, this succession is moving way faster than I expected. We're not going to be able to pass slavery ban before it fires. There's no shot. So that's not ideal. But, hey, hopefully this will help us get a reconstruction that lets us get Afro-American as a accepted culture. Because that would let us integrate states in Africa way faster. And it would let us be much more accepting of African pops. But before the secession ruins us, we should take note. You know, pretty big accomplishment we just did. We've yoinked California, all this stuff. There's lots of mining to be done out here. There's gold fields to help with our hard times. It's a good acquisition for sure. Now, the revolutionaries. Fortunately, it seems people have seen the light. No, this is the wrong way around. No, the Democrats are going to win the election. That's not good. So this seems irrelevant in the face of the secession, but yes, we will abolish entirely slavery in the West. Seems good. Okay, there we go. Our new president is a slaver. But I think the Whigs just refused to hand over the reins of power, basically. Sorry, Jack Calhoun. We are not going to... You're an opium addict. We don't listen to opium addicts. We're just going to ignore the facts that you are... that you were elected president. We're not going to change the alignment of the House in the slightest. We are going to face you on the battlefield. It's only going up by +5 now. And there's the Oregon border dispute. Okay. A most amicable agreement. So how does this work? We gain some land. Well, they don't lose any. They don't gain any land. We don't have to give up, like, I guess we didn't really. Well, yeah, I mean, Ontario had land above the border. Speaking of Ontario, if we could annex them right now, before the war started, that would be mighty convenient. Whoa! Sorry, I'm eating. I didn't really expect them to do it. Ontario accepted. Let's go. There was a 39% chance. I decided to risk it. Oh, baby. Which means... Wait, why can't I establish this? Oh, of course, I need the motor industries. Yes, so we're going to get five motor industries going in Quebec. It also needs to be incorporated, which will take a while. And yeah, motor industries here are they're not gonna be hugely profitable. Let's be honest. But I'm gonna put them in the production queue, and then we're not gonna get to them for a while. But that's gonna be very, very useful. Nice. It's only going up by 1%. Why is that? Ah, because their radicalism is only 97%. It's still going up. You know, the 200% basically. You will have a succession. Oh no! Now it includes Texas. That's not good. There's a barracks there. That is unfortunate. And here it is. Secession. The Confederate uprising has seceded. The Anti-Haitian League has disbanded. I guess it was only people in the South who hated Haiti for some random reason. Okay. Britain is leaning us. Mexico's with us. Quebec is with us. But they apparently have 170,000 troops. 170 battalions, rather. Which I'm hoping is mostly conscripts. But we will see. So, we've got 2 front lines. And where's their capital? Their capital is right on the border. So if we can take their capital early, that would be really good. So everyone stay defensive to start with. I will mobilize a force to both fronts. This is going to be tough, but if Britain will come and help us, obviously, then they will be annihilated. The question is just, will they? We'll see. Okay, so some events. The collapse of the Whigs. Continuing polarization over the matter of slavery has led to mass defectations. Okay, we lose the second party system. Okay, and we get the third party system. Literate pops are more powerful and capitalists are more powerful. Okay, that's okay. And then we get this realignment across the board. Southern Declaration, they have declared the Union has been challenged. I would rather call our cause one of states' rights. We can flip to them. Hell no. A United States House united against itself cannot stand for the Union. And we have a possible action. We can emancipate the slaves. We can just immediately pass slavery ban. 2% of Yankee Pops get radical, but 10% of Afro-Americans get loyalist. Yes, sounds good. There we go. Slavery has been banned. While we still have a Southern Planters president, by the way. Should we reform? Should we put the Democrats in charge? It'd be funny. Be pretty funny. But I think no. I think we're gonna keep the Republicans in here. And while they're away, I was gonna say, why don't we pass multiculturalism, but we can't because we haven't invented it. Damn. We're working on it though. All right, what should we pass while the southern planters have no clout? Something that they wouldn't like. Tenant farmers would be good. Not tenant farmers, sorry. Commercialized agriculture. We also haven't invented that. Plus, no one backs it anyway. Let me have a look here. You know what? Now is the time for a National Guard. Let's get a National Guard implemented. No. Okay, a dedicated police force. Yeah, a dedicated police force to weaken the southern planters going forwards would be good. We should also get a National Guard, but it'll be too slow to actually be relevant, I think. We are going to have to begin conscription, I think. The Confederates did it first, but I think it's got to be done. Confederate diplomats traveling to Great Britain. The envoys remain in our custody. No, they can go talk to Great Britain. Hopefully that won't prevent me from swaying Great Britain from my side, but they're our allies, so I believe they will join us, regardless of what nonsense the Confederates, what poison the Confederates pour in their ear. Oh, it's a real shame that we're not able to get in on this. Qing versus Russia. Could sneak in there, yoink Beijing. Sadly, not this time. So we do have problems. I mean, there's 115,000 of them on this front right now. We cannot match those numbers, and our troops are disorganized because they're mobilizing. You know what else I didn't do? Oh no. I never clicked all these buttons. I completely forgot that was a thing. Nuts. I think you can click most of them during a war. It's just the transportation ones that cause problems, right? Yeah. We're not going to be able to do... Oh, I can't turn it off. Okay, we shouldn't do the opium one. But yeah, we definitely... It's going to cost us, for sure. But turn all those on, and that should hopefully buff our rate of morale gain and stuff. Here is war. We are looking to crush the Confederate succession. We are staying on the defensive on all of these fronts for now. I haven't fully mobilized the men. Let's raise those conscripts as well. They have a lot of troops, and they are beginning an offensive. My hope is that the British will show up and annihilate them. Britain and I are, of course, relatively aligned in terms of our liberal nature. Hey, in a gold rush in American Arizona. This is good. This is good timing. Yeah, just always spread the word. That's fine. But they are going to fight us, and... Oof, okay, we're narrowly holding them. Narrowly holding them on the front for now. Nice. Cool, and there's logistics, which is also good because it's going to help us conscript more people into these armies, which could be the difference maker right now. So we will be adding many, many conscript battalions to these forces, which will hopefully carry us to victory. But also, that enables... We can encourage Western settlement. Oh, we haven't done this yet. Oh, no, we've done this already, but we can do it again for specifically California, which I think we will do. And then there was something we could do. Can't I secure the Oregon Trail now? Ah, we have to be at peace. And the army in the Great Plains has to have 3 military units and a general. This is our Great Plains army, so I will add 2 more to that. 3 more, whatever. We finished building those steel mills, which means we can also take this opportunity to establish... Excuse me. Where's it gone? Where has it gone? Where's my steel mill? What was it called? Pennsylvania Premium Steel. Where's Pennsylvania Premium Steel gone? Why has it become New York Premium Steel? Is Pennsylvania Premium Steel still in the list? I guess when our borders changed, it reselected a province to target and has made it New York Premium Steel instead. That is annoying. We made plans on this basis. All right, well, more steel does not hurt. Although it kind of does in this case. It's not even profitable. We'll build more steel in New York to enable it. We're holding. We're holding on the defensive. British forces are on their way. Mobilize your home divisions, Britain. There's more coming, though. You know what we should do? We should be raiding their convoys. See how that goes. We have an advantage in the south. We could try pressing that, but I think staying on the defensive until the British arrive would be prudent. Oof, more battles. Oh, we hold them. We hold them. This is Mexico demanding more autonomy. I decline. Mexico, I decline. We crushed them at sea, and we just got an event to invent ironclads, which is excellent. We'll need to build some, obviously, and we're holding. Narrowly holding in the north. The British have arrived to help. Oh, no, they're breaking through. But there's more Brits arriving. The British know the value of this war. They know that it's important, that it's not just about American unity. It's about hope. We have some serious problems. A shortage of ammunition is leading to falling organization on the front, which is really bad. Potentially, maybe, hey, Britain, you like me. Send me some ammunition. They really don't want to. I guess we need to build more trade hubs to actually bring in the ammunition. More trade centers, rather. They're predicted to lose money, but it seems like it would be advantageous. And you can build them quite quickly. But we need those munitions. I think as well an advance from Texas is probably warranted. Let's get this guy advancing and see if we can get... Yeah, this guy. He's a surveyor. And he's bigoted, which is... You'll fit right in. We'll try an offensive on this front. See if we can make some headway there. Casualties so far, doing well. But if we have to advance all the way across the Confederate, it's going to be painful. But yeah, so far on the defensive, we're holding out. Block cohesion absolutely tanked, by the way, because Mexico hates us, which is unfortunate. We are working on it, but it's going to take a while. Very good progress being made on the Texan front. I'm concerned, though, that as soon as it pushes a bit more, these fronts are going to unify. And then Oh, I didn't promote them. I didn't get enough people to actually command these troops. I'm so dumb. That's going to really help. That's going to really help a lot. Minus 50% from low command limit. Not anymore. That's going to make a big difference. Various people are losing hope, quite literally. Hope is also losing people. Nicaragua and Ecuador have both left. Once we get these people in line, we'll restore hope. That will be our first order of business. What? We won? This is like moments after the previous one. This was the front line. We didn't take any of their land. We won? Hang on. I'm going to save. I'm going to go back. I'm going to reload before we won and see like what the heck was happening with war score. I didn't notice this at all, but their war support was actually collapsing. Why is your war support so bad? It's ticking down from 100% enemy control over war goals. What? Crushed Confederate succession is controlled because you have to control at least one Confederate incorporated state. Why? That's so easy. All right, well, suck it, Confederates, we win. Jim Who is my next point of business. There will be no half-hearted Reconstruction. You Southerners will bow before the Union, or you will be crushed. The American Civil War has successfully been completed. Here comes Reconstruction. So, I did not expect the nation to fall, welcome or unwelcome. Whether it all becomes one thing or another, the nation shall cease to be divided in body and soul. We get Reconstruction, the Wild Wild West, and we get post-Civil War demobilizing. For 25 years, we get less conscription battalions, more morale loss, less training rates, and everyone reconsiders their alignment. And if we take a look, the Southern planters changed. They're now anti-tariff, supremacist. No, they're still pro-slavery. I thought that was going to get rejigged. So we could put the Democrats in sans Southern planters, which would be a very legitimate government. What would they support that could be interesting? Not a whole lot. Public health insurance. We could get public health insurance passed with them. Barely. No, I think we'll stay as we are for now. Okay, so new things. Reconstruction. The white supremacist redeemers tighten their grip on the South. Civil War's over. South's way of life has been upended. Okay, let me read this and then I'll summarize. Okay, so the way this works is a certain amount of northern political will, which is being reduced because the clout of the radical abolitionist political groups is pretty weak. And actually, they completely disbanded. Does this count as a radical abolitionist group? Presumably it does, because they back slavery banned. But they have, I mean, they have no, they have like no support. So that's not good. The Mexican national movement is pluralist. Interesting. So we can grant amnesty to Confederates. Not going to happen. We can expand voting rights. To do this, we need cultural exclusion or multiculturalism. And we need investment in Home Affairs 3 Home Affairs 2 or Law Enforcement 3. We can do that. There will presumably also be events. So we need multiculturalism. We could do cultural exclusion. It would be difficult. We could do it with some negotiations, probably. But I would much rather do multiculturalism. And if we do this, we won't be able to switch to multiculturalism because the industrialists prefer cultural exclusion to multiculturalism. Obviously, multiculturalism is far better. Just because you accept way more cultures, basically, in the simplest possible terms. But we have to invent human rights for that. Now, we should be able to get human rights in kind of 2, 3, yes, well, let me put it in the list and it'll tell me. Whoops, not like that. This, then this. Ah, that's spreading, actually. So this, then this, then this, then this. In 8 years. Probably predicted to finish in too long. 183 months. What if we didn't research this on the way? 13 years is too slow. I think we make a bold play. Give me human rights or give me death. And we're going to try and go straight to multiculturalism. We only have 12 years. So we'll see. And northern reticence will increase as these cowards in the north get less willing to push for this, basically. And then there's this, the wild, wild west. The western frontier has been set alight by the unrest. Find a way to calm it down. You have to have devastation not higher than 10 and turmoil not higher than 10 in the American West. Okay. Sounds good. And then westward expansion. This lets us add homelands as we move west. Fine. We can now re-establish some of our colonization efforts. And I'm going to focus on trying to cut off British access down into the south. Great. Which convention was that France has just withdrawn from? Oh, damn. That was our investment rights. No. Yeah, I mean, everyone is losing faith in the power of the old American United States here. We're going to have to do some serious working our way back into everyone's good graces. Okay, we are able to secure the Oregon Trail, which is much less important now that we've already made the border agreements up here and taken this, but still worth doing, I think. Ooh, okay, so our president, the leader of the Southern Planters, was just assassinated. That's interesting. We could get up to 95 this way, and I bet they would support National Guard. They would. Well, only the petty bourgeoisie would, actually. That doesn't seem right. No, the National Guard is supported by the armed forces, yeah. And the armed forces are pretty influential right now because they're the heroes of the Civil War and all that. We've been getting a reasonable amount of progress in favor of the freedmen, but we really need this, I think. It's going to be essential. The economic situation is also not ideal, but we're finally starting to get... I feel like we had a very, very slow economic start. We're finally starting to build up some stuff. Ah, this is a problem. Lawmen of the law, we can't stop the law. No, we'll take some... Oh, actually, I shouldn't have done that, because we need this... This is going to get reset, because we're going to get more than 10% devastation or turmoil in one of the states. That's unfortunate. Hey, okay, the Southern Planters have been marginalized. That's good. So now we don't have King Cotton hurting us anymore. Okay, there's dedicated police force. That's really good. We don't have the institutions to expand it right now, but we will expand that really quickly. That will weaken the Southern Planters once they're back in force. Although they might be renamed as well, I don't know. Now, first off, we need more... I'm reintegrating all these states as well, which is part of what's causing our economic turmoils. None of these places are actually integrated. Hopefully when Reconstruction finishes, we just instantly integrate them. We'll see. We should be able to incorporate them pretty quickly anyway. But the next thing we need to do is I need more government administration so I can expand the police force. And I'm putting them in New York because I want to centralize them a bit. Just because it's more efficient that way. What are these, 60 each? Yeah, build me 4 of those, but keep working on that final steel mill, which will let us get the premium New York Steel Company very, very soon. And then we need a National Guard because we promised it to people. And also because it will be useful for conscription rate and lowering any future rumblings that the South may have. I imagine having National Guard might also help with Reconstruction. We'll see. By the way, I didn't mention, but the National Militia... Excuse me? Where's my small print? This was meant to have small print in favor of the industrialists. Maybe you can only have political concessions once. No, it's still here. Maybe it won't get added here. I don't know. Anyway, we're trying to add political concessions to industrialists to everything, because I love the idea of just a mega powerful, benevolent industrialists. It's a good thing we have positioned our armies in the south, because lots of these events are only possible because we have at least 20 military units and a general placed in Dixie right now to enforce our will. And enforce it we shall. Right, so we finally got enough steel mills in New York this time. Thank you very much. Freaking making me build them twice, moving it around just because there was a small matter of secession. Our steel is not very valuable right now, so I think I actually need to downgrade this. We were already using the old process in Massachusetts. Pennsylvania? Pennsylvania. But yes, we can now finally put in our second company, which is going to be really, really valuable to us. Because this company, prestige goods of steel, obviously, which is going to give us throughput on all buildings using steel. Huge predicted productivity. Very nice. And now we go in here and we say, hey, take those iron mines. Excuse me. You can't put 2 on 1. I didn't know that. I didn't know that. Damn it. Okay, we'll take iron mines off. I'll just reload like a month ago or something. I'll take iron mines off and we'll put coal mines on. And then we'll put the iron mines. We can attach the iron mines to Maisie Harris Limited, fortunately. Which is the motor one that's based up in Ontario. So that's fine. I think I should probably give them... I don't know. Maybe these guys should be the ones that we give investment rights overseas. Because have you really bought much overseas? Not much. Not a huge amount. Although railways can stand to be quite profitable. So maybe I should let you keep your... Have you built any trade centers? Yes. Quite a few trade centers, actually. Okay, so I'll let you keep your trade center rights for now. But we are going to give premium steel investment rights. So they can get going overseas. Good. That will really help, I think. And yeah, especially once we get Maisie Harris Limited, which is the next company we're going to establish. Huh. Okay, I didn't realize there's a huge rebellion going on in the UK. Greater Manchester versus the Mancunian Radical Revolt. Okay, interesting. These are the liberal ones. They're both liberal. It's just that one of them wants to expand core territory and one of them wants economic imperialism. Interesting. Interesting. Okay, and they've broken... You know, our alliance and things have fallen apart, obviously. There's still this British buying deal. This is not fulfilled because they're contravening it. We do still have buying rights, but it looks like these guys are going to win. I didn't actually notice this war kick off, or we might have taken a side. It looks like, yeah, it looks like Magna Mancunian looks like they're going to win. Okay. How do they feel about us? They do not like us. Interesting. Okay, well, we'll see what happens once this shakes out, but Potentially a realignment. Our huge infamy is obviously really hurting, and Manifest Destiny being so high is slowing that decline. But I mean, look at what we've managed to take. And there we go, withdrawing from the other treaty. Unsurprising. Well, we can use that extra influence to try and regain our control over some places down here. We have an obligation to use, after all, on quite a few of them. Nice. There's our connection out west. Good. We did have to treaty to grow a little slower in the process, but that's okay. Yeah, okay, good. They're okay with that. Oh, we have another one. We encourage more Western settlement in Washington. Sure. Go for it. Yeah, but this infamy decay is hurting. Oof, and an earthquake. That's not ideal. Whoa. You can actually hear the earthquake. Man, that's loud. And yes, we are continuing to just do everything we can to defend the Freemen. It's costing us in terms of authority, but that's okay. It's worth it. Right, it's a new day from my perspective, and I think we should just take stock of the fact that we've done quite well in some respects. We've managed to grow our borders significantly. I'm quite happy with how the purchases of Quebec and Ontario went. But tech-wise, we're certainly lagging behind, and we're going to continue to, because I'm going to keep researching human rights. It fits the roleplay quite nicely, I think, so I am happy with that. But it's going to take a while to get that done, and we need ideally to start some colonization efforts over in Africa for sure. But we have also just industrialized quite slowly. I feel like we're now finally getting off to the races a bit. Those 5 motor industries are for the company in Ontario, by the way. But we've been pretty slow to advance. But we've dealt with the slavery debate. We're reintegrating the South pretty successfully. We're siding with the Freemen, obviously. So we're doing pretty well, I'd say. But there's certainly work to be done. Once we get multiculturalism through human rights, and who is it that backs it? It's well, God, it's like lots of them, isn't it? Yeah, the evangelicals have the radical absolutionists who will back absolutism because we're currently not on cultural exclusion, so they prefer it. I don't think I've actually explained this, by the way. You probably know it better than I do. Most people watching, I imagine, because I'm not very good at this game. But because we have one of the things they oppose, they will support things that they are neutral to. Anything that's higher on the list, I believe. I think if we're on ethnostate, they would even support subjecthood. So that's good. We do have a pacifist in charge of the intelligentsia, which is not ideal. What does sovereigntist want? They want multiculturalism. Nice. Okay, so we could potentially put them in charge if we wanted to, and that would get the intelligentsia on side as well. And with the intelligentsia, industrials, and evangelicals behind multiculturalism, I really feel like we're going to be able to get it to pass. You're probably against it, petit bourgeoisie. Yes, they actually strongly oppose it, so they won't back it at all. We may have to negotiate with them, but they're very loyal at the moment. Why is that? They're happy about recent law changes and things, and they love the National Guard that we're putting into place, so fair enough. We do have a problem in that because we have census suffrage, we have very powerful yeoman farmers. We should perhaps be trying to work on replacing the leader of the yeoman farmers, although Jingoist is not that bad, because we could do with a professional army. Well, could we? The army would obviously be way better if we had a professional army, if you were doing an all-out fight, but maybe just having huge numbers of people that we can mobilize is better, because then it's much cheaper, because non-mobilized conscripts cost nothing, but we appear threatening on the world stage, which is useful. So main goals for this episode: get this tech done, and get our industrialization properly going. Our income situation continues to be not perfect, even on high taxes, but hopefully as we industrialize more and more. And then once we start to get some room in the budget now, I'm going to pivot towards building some universities, finally, because we are very much behind on universities. We could be getting so much more innovation than this. How do you see that? Yeah, I mean, we could be getting double the amount of tech that we are right now, which is, it's just horrendous, but we don't have the money for it. We need more paper, we need more industrializing, and then we'll be good. Institutions-wise, we can crank up law enforcement, which will be good to help reduce radicals from political movements, of which there are a few. But also it's going to help us keep the Mexicans in line, because understandably, having just been conquered, they're not thrilled. Hopefully our passing multiculturalism will be seen as the olive branch that it should be, and then we'll be able to be on better footing there. New York Steel, once I can... it was... yeah, I made the mistake, didn't I? Yeah, we need to take iron away from you. Have you actually bought any iron yet? No. So when we can, which is... I don't know why there's a cooldown to remove things, honestly. I might just get rid of that, actually. Okay. Don't think I can change that, actually. So we'll just wait a few years. It's fine. The reason we want them to not have iron, but rather to have coal, is because our other company, the Macy Harris Limited one out of Ontario, is going to be the one we actually want to have the iron, whereas Pennsylvania Steel can have coal, but the motor industry up here can't have coal. And I completely forgot you could only have one per company. But that's okay. This will hopefully make some developments. What are we using our charters on right now? You can't just see here. It won't list your charters. That's annoying. We don't need these guys to have trade rights, but they are doing quite well. I mean, they're owning a bunch of trade. If you take it away, do they have to sell their trade rights? Remove trade rights, gain 100 authority. Are you sure? I don't think that would happen. No, that would not happen, because it's within our free company charters. Well, we'll get some more company charters soon anyway, so that's not a big deal. Yeah, so further industrializing, continuing to keep those slaver bastards in their place in the south, and getting National Guard through to help with that. And there we go on the next tick, in fact. National Guard, obviously not a difficult one for us to pass. It will cost some institution space if we want to buff this up, but I think we do. The conscription rate is also quite useful, and just keeping everybody kind of under control, I think will be good. Some coup resistance too is nice. The petty bourgeoisie, we have to keep an eye on the petty bourgeoisie. They are problematic. We certainly don't want to give them any negotiated extra strength in laws or anything. So next up, now I don't want to go to colonial exploitation, because it is obviously exploitative and unpleasant. However, it is perhaps a necessary step to get to colonial resettlement, because who opposes this? You oppose both. Actually, it may not even help us get to this. How do I get people to support colonial resettlement? Huh. I thought we were going to be able to do it by dint of the fact that some interest groups would not like colonial exploitation enough to vote for this. But actually, it's only the petty bourgeoisie that dislike both. Damn, okay. Well, we're not going on colonial exploitation. It's too far from the let's play. It's too far from the role play, I mean. So instead, let's get public health insurance, which is going to be difficult because only the evangelicals back it right now. We can't get the trade unions in government, right? I mean, we could, but not without kicking out everybody else. No. And the armed forces are actually going to switch to the Republicans. That's interesting. And that'll just be the yeomen and the trade unions, who, yeah, if we get them the right ideologies, could potentially be useful. I think we'll be able to get this passed with some negotiating, though. Okay, here's how we get it passed, actually. We switch over... Ooh, negotiation with the industrialists. Yes, political concessions for industrialists. Let's go. So, we put the Democratic Party in charge, because the yeoman farmers and trade union... the trade unions support it, and the yeoman farmers and armed forces can be strong-armed into supporting it through some negotiations. Now, that is going to require us giving the armed forces 10 grand a month, and us trying to increase SOL. But we'll be doing that anyway. And if we succeed, we get some good stuff, and we can then negotiate with the industrialists. Yes, I think this works. And then, obviously, we hope that at the next election, the Republicans come through with a big victory, which allows us to put the Republicans in and go multiculturalism. And this lets us get public health insurance. Good. Very good. I think that is a good way to handle things. It is making our financial situation a little troubling. I considered whether we should appease the industrialists by going exploitative colonization, but I'm going to just keep trying to look for other ways to achieve that for now, I think. Why am I not colonizing more places, by the way? Because it splits your progress gain between all the different places you're going, and we're not at the cap Like, we're not at the fastest possible gain right now, so I don't think there's any reason to spread it around, basically. Yeah, it's split between 8 colonies, so that's fine. Nice, new premium steel is becoming more profitable. We're buying some iron mines by chance. They are. Iron mines are much better than steel for now. Oh, by the way, good news. By the time you watch this, maybe it'll already be fixed. But the bug where you move up and it hovers like that is now officially added to the bug database for Victoria 3. So hopefully that'll get fixed soon. Oh, yes. And I meant to talk about this at the beginning of the episode. Yeah, there's a British Republic. That's what that revolution was about. So we should look at that. An island's independent. Right. Belgium wants trade privileges in exchange for investment rights and giving us trade privileges. That seems like a good deal. Can we make it even better? I'll guarantee your independence for a power block embassy. Can I plausibly get you into my power block? It would be hard. It would be hard. It would be a good foothold on the continent, though, wouldn't it? And they're pretty powerful. I don't necessarily need the trade privileges off you. It would be difficult, but if we invest in them a bunch, that would help. Belgium is just a nice, rich country, quite industrialized, so I think it would be good to have trade relations with them. Although maybe I should be being more protectionist than that. I don't know. You want to give me some goods that I lack? The thing is, I just don't want to. I don't want to buy goods because I don't want to damage our domestic industries. So maybe we'll just take some money from you instead. Not much. Yeah. Seems good. Seems good. And I'd rather bind this for quite a while, actually. Let's bind this for 25 years. That seems like a good treaty to me. Yeah, pretty good odds of getting them into our block. Obviously, guaranteeing their independence is risky. France and Prussia, both potential enemies, but we'll see. Now, Britain. The fact they have a revolution wiped clean our previous relationship with them. So we would ideally like to rebuild relations, or should we be? Is now the moment to pounce? Should I be going after the Hudson's Bay Company? You know what? That's not crazy. That's not crazy. We might be able to take them, you know. What are their stats like? Oh no, they're a lot better than us. Never mind. Okay, no, let's try and stay friendly with the British Republic. So there'll be a charm offensive beginning on them here. Mutual trade privileges with an obligation, perhaps, just to begin to get the ball rolling on friendship. We'll do it on a short period. What do you think? Britain, can we be friends? Not now. We'll keep trying. Also, we need to get our opinion, Russia's opinion of us above 0 to buy Alaska off them, which seems like it's going to be challenging. But if we ended our rivalry with them, maybe that was our attempt to be friends with Britain, and they just declined it, right? So I think you made a mistake, Britain. I think we're going to realign ourselves diplomatically, quite dramatically. I'm going to rival Britain. I'm going to unrival Russia. I'm going to try and befriend Russia. Or we can rival the two Sicilies. Yeah, give me that influence, by all means. And now, Britain, I'm gonna be friends with Russia instead. And we'll see if we can get Russia to help us bring down Britain. Because Britain is definitely heavily weakened by that, that civil war they just had. Speaking of Britain, yeah, 2.6% of our GDP owned by Britain is... I'm not thrilled by it, of course. It was worth it for Quebec and Ontario, but there are still temptations to nationalize. What is the... Yeah, I mean, this would be quite a good war. Is Belgium backing us? If we could get Russia to back us in a war like this, because the war goal would be just to hold our states to nationalize, I think. I mean, that would be sensible. I'm not actually sure. I don't think I've ever done a nationalization war, but we'll see. Big day for our international ambitions. Psychiatry, 25% more influence, ability to spread ourselves thinner, do a bit more relation improving, and so on. Someone's currently opposing Costa Rica in a diplomatic player. That's interesting. Oh, and France is muscling their way into Ecuador. But yeah, lots of influence for us to spend. But alternatively, we could also save a bunch of influence to try and increase our infamy tick down. Because our infamy being so high is quite seriously hindering our ability to make any of these diplomatic deals work. It also radically increases our subject autonomy, which is not ideal. Of course, things like this spreading to us and realism next is really good. It hastens our human rights research by reducing the ahead of time penalty, which is, of course, well, maybe not of course, but is based on how many techs in the tier above you don't possess. Okay, and here's our election. Democratic Party set to win, but not by much. The shifting of the armed forces over to the Republicans is going to be pretty influential. We're going to keep trying to push the Republican Party in this election. Hoping we can get public healthcare done before the election. Looking pretty darn likely, honestly. Oh, hell yeah! Because women are pushing for the right to vote, which of course we would like to give them. We get 3,500 progress on human rights. That's going to, again, bring up our multiculturalism. Beautiful. Oh, thank goodness. Hard Times has been completed, which gives us... We get rid of the bad modifier that was giving us, which way increased our interest payments. And now we get renewed optimism for 3 years, which is not that good, but a bit more contribution efficiency would be good. I have realized that we've kind of made a mistake, maybe, because the reason why having 75% private construction allocation is not a bad thing normally. Oh, no, never mind. I take it back. I'll explain what I meant, though. Is not a bad thing normally is because... you know, the private industry has enough money to do it. But as it is, we don't have that much reinvestment going on. There actually isn't a huge amount of money in the economy, which means they're not using it. But I forgot that when they're not using it, it looks like we just get to use it. So there's no downside. And obviously the fact that we're on, well, maybe not obviously, but the fact that we are on laissez-faire means that the amount of money going into the investment pool is also higher, which is important. 3 successes in a row. They were 50%, so not that low odds, but pretty good. I mean, you know, what's 0.5 times 0.5 times 0.5 for the odds of failure? That's pretty good. Pretty good. So we get more standard of living and less mortality, and we are going to try and raise that. The instant increase in standard of living will be helpful for fulfilling our commitment to the common people. It will also be good for just giving us some loyalists and things. Generally should be pretty good. Ooh, the industrialists are very mad, though. Why? Wow, they're so mad. Why weren't you that mad about it? Oh, that's annoying. That's very silly. They didn't oppose the law and they weren't angry about the law while it was passing because we negotiated with them. But then when the law actually passes, they're suddenly mad about it. We did manage to sneak in a little political concession to them. Not even little, a 40% political concession to them. Holy hell. But yeah, the yeomen are very popular. It's problematic. This is the difficulty with going to universal suffrage, but so it goes. Can we revoke any of these, by the way? Like, I'd like to get rid of this one. No interest groups oppose the amendment. So as soon as we get these guys in, we should be able to get rid of this, which would be nice before they're back on the scene. It's Reconstruction. I don't know how much towards Redeemers it needs to be for us to win. It feels like it's difficult. Because, I mean, maybe you just have to have more than half, or maybe it has to go all the way through. We'll see. Oh my god, look at the budget. Only minus 2,500 now. That's so good. So good. The interest payment's dropping off a cliff, and all the other negative modifiers associated with the hard times period dropping off is really, really good. We're also building a big paper factory in New York to help meet the growing needs of our administration. Okay, we have an opportunity. It's a risk. It's a big risk, but we have an opportunity. Right now, the Home Guard Cree are in conflict with the Hudson's Bay Company, supported by the British Republic. I think, because the British Republic are a secondary participant, they will not be able to call in their subjects. I could be wrong. I could be wrong. We can negotiate support in exchange for transferring the Colombia district to us, for example. And then go hard on Britain during this war, but basically before they arrive. And is Colombia district what I would want? I think it probably is. It would cut off some, and then we could start colonizing up here and try and cut them off, because they are demanding both. This would basically cut Britain out of most of Canada. I think we do it. I think we do it and we mobilize and we go for it. But if Britain trashes us, I might reload. Because it would be so bad. Would I rather take Newfoundland or New Brunswick? No, I think I'd rather have the Columbia district, because then if Home Guard Cree take these areas and then we start colonizing up here, we can kind of cut Britain off. I'd like the Columbia district. And I'm going to mobilize, and I'm not only mobilize, I'm going to call up all of the conscripts as well. We're going to get, well, can we do that though? Because will we have enough? We won't have enough guns for all the conscripts. Well, we can give it a go. We can give it a go. I think a war goal here is quite easy for us to achieve and quite difficult for Britain to defend. I think we have to seize our moment. And this is our moment. So here's the war. It did indeed not call the East India Company. I think it says that we're relatively even on this front, but I think that's because there are troops on the way. Like you're on, oh no, you're on the Ontario front, okay. Okay, so who's on this front then? Just that guy. All right, you guys should then advance this front as soon as possible. Preferably, yeah, this army isn't here for another 20 days, so if we can do a little action before they arrive. But this one as well, you're not here. They're going to be here, but they're not here now. So you guys, I know you're disorganized. Launch that offensive against one division. If we could capture their capital before that maneuver. Yeah, we're breaking through the first one here. This should be a stomp. Although, oh god, yeah, their stats obviously on the defensive is difficult. Oh, and there's our election. We have the radical absolutionist in government. So of course we shall reform to put the Republicans back in. Good stuff. Okay. This war is gonna be interesting. Okay, so challenging situation in this war. We've ceased attacking on the Eastern Front. We did take the Hudson's Bay capital, which is good because that means the only war goal we need now is transfer Columbia District. However, this front is difficult. They're still attacking us, however. So my hope is I can raid enough of their convoys that they lose organization, which I think they will. And if they keep attacking us, then we can suddenly go on the offensive and take the fight to them. I think the Second Army could also do with some artillery. You know what? We could mobilize some conscript artillery. That could work. That could definitely work. Okay, well, we hold them in the east, and we have divisions ready to defend against naval invasions. And yes, they're going to raid us over here, which sucks, but if we can raid them here, that's much more impactful. Oh, it's looking promising. One battle took 50% of the Columbia District, and we did manage to reduce their organization from supply a bit. 43 offensive. I think we're going to do it. I think we're going to beat Britain straight up because we managed to, you know, carefully maneuver ourselves into a position where the Indians weren't involved. Carefully maneuvered. That's what I'm calling it. Oh my god, the British fleet just showed up. And we're instantly losing. No! Alright, that's not good. That's not good at all. Cease this offensive, I think. Crap. We still have a chance. A daring maneuver to transfer our cannons from east to west has succeeded, sneaking past these 111 ships. And we now have 28 attack. Ulysses Grant, lead us to victory. I believe we are holding them off pretty easily in the east. Come on. Come on. Good numbers. Very good numbers engaged. That's really good. This is very promising. Apparently, Ulysses Grant is due a promotion. If he wins this battle, we'll promote him. And it looks like he's gonna. Casualty ratios in our favor. Come on. I believe. We've done it. Which means now their war support can officially go negative. So as long as the Cree don't, you know, wimp out or something before then, and yes, Ulysses, absolutely, you deserve a promotion. I think we're going to win. I think we're going to manage. This basically secures most of Canada because the Cree are demanding this province and this province. So it does leave them with one province just kind of isolated in the middle here. Yes, and our supply issues are going to get less bad because we are expanding our munitions plants, which will help as well. Fighting like this. Wait, did it do it? It did it. Let's go. We won. I was going to say fighting like this alongside the natives is something that I often do. Update the color on this map, please. It's something that I often do in this game because it seems like a really good way to basically take kind of infamy-free land. Because what we can do now is colonize this area. No, we can't. The following countries have claims and maintain interests there. Hudson's Bay Company. Are you kidding me? All right, well, a future war against the Americans, sorry, the British, the Americans, will be required. But that's good to know. But yes, we got Oregon out of it, which is nice. So we will improve relations with them. This should put us in good standing. We're under 50 infamy again, by the way. Slowly ticking down, slowly ticking down. Getting ourselves into a very strong position here. Relations with Russia are getting better. Slowly, 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 but are getting better. Hopefully we'll be able to draft a treaty with them once our infamy is back down to below 25, hopefully. And yes, anything we can do to weaken Britain will be very beneficial. So I'm considering changing up how we're researching this because this costs 3,134 extra because of the text we don't have before it, which means it's going to drop by 3,125 there. And if we were to research quinine over the next 28 months, rather than this over the next 18, I think this will instantly finish. Yeah, I believe it will. So we'll delay it by 10 months, but get to research quinine in for the bargain. That seems good. That seems worth doing. Slightly delaying human rights, but being able to get this and this, and then that. Because quinine obviously lets us do more colonial affairs, which will let us bring these tribes under our wing, which clearly they need the protection from Britain. Nice. There's Quebec, unified in peacefully, which completes Wild Wild West, ironically. No, I think that was a coincidence. That was just about to fire anyway. Okay, good. Which I think now means these provinces no longer have effective native resistance. No, they still have that. Okay. I can't remember what Wild Wild West was doing, to be honest. I think it was slowing down our colonizing, though. So, good to be rid of that. Still progressing, yeah, relatively slowly. But we're getting there. We're getting there. Ooh, this could be interesting. A humanitarian for the liberal movement. Endorsing multiculturalism. Guaranteed liberties. She seems good. That's Florence Nightingale. Okay. Yeah, although she's not that popular. Maybe it would be better to go with someone more popular. Modernizer, they endorse graduated, but only as much as proportional. Yeah, let's invite Florence Nightingale for the country, sure. I probably should have, no, I should have focused on someone for the yeoman farmers. Next time we'll invite someone for the yeoman farmers. I need to check, when can I next invite someone? 1856. I've got that on a spreadsheet off to my right, because I always forget when you can invite new people. But yeah, we need to try and focus on getting someone else in charge of the yeoman farmers, ideally. We have a treaty of military assistance that should be enough to bring Belgium into the power block, by the way. And in fact, I bet if we get the Netherlands a bit more cheerful about our antagonism, we could probably get them into the power block. Having the Netherlands in would be good, because it would give us market access to all this Indonesian goods. Okay, so Northern political will has hit 0. My understanding is, yeah, part of that is the huge authority deficit from all the events we've taken, and I haven't been willing to get rid of consumption taxes, though we will. In fact, you know what? Now is a good moment to get rid of a liquor consumption tax. We need some more standard of living and lowering these consumption taxes. In fact, we could do both. Let's do both. This will dramatically increase the standard of living by reducing the cost of tobacco and liquor for our lower class pops. As I understand it now, basically, when I side with the freemen against the redeemers, cowards in the north will start causing radicalism, basically. The Netherlands is damaging our relations? Why, though? Why would you do this, Netherlands? That's a shame. All right, well, we'll give up on friendship with them for a bit. The philosophy department. Thesis, antithesis, and synthesis. I will take the... I almost always... Yeah, I'll take the tech growth, I think. Oh, hey. There's our new principal, which gives us companies 3, which gives us a free company slot, which means I should have finished those motor industries earlier. So let's get those building. We are slowly ramping up our number of universities, up to 75 innovation now. Now here's a good deal. I will get an alliance with Belgium. I won't subvention engines of sulfur and I won't tariff engines. And in exchange, we get an alliance which will hopefully push them over into being in our power block. The Prussians are fighting us for that. But also we get a monopoly on all steel and iron mills for the New York Premium Steel Company in Belgium. That seems worth... I should have named it something better, but that seems very worth having. The American-Belgium Treaty is the perfect name for that. We will star those. Those are important treaties. That's a really good treaty. We're going to be able to... yeah, because it's not that expensive at the moment in terms of reasons, because there aren't many yet, but there will be lots of steel and iron here, and that will be very profitable for us. We're still... No, okay, we should just be able to get them into the power block as well. Nice. Oh, good. We weren't able to do this last time because we had the Southerner lot in charge, but we can now do this. Using this decree will radicalize the South, cost a significant portion of northern political will. Fortunately, we have none, so there's none to lose. 20% of Dixie upper strata become radical. And we get this, which increases radicalism. Whoa, that's quite important. That's quite a big thing, actually. Increases radicalism for full acceptance. Parent law, multicultural. Does this just pass multiculturalism? No way. Surely not. Interesting. And it unlocks confiscate slaveholder lands. You have to pass... Jesus, this is insane. Why does this... Surely this should only apply... So if we pass a law with 40 acres and a mule, aka multiculturalism, we gain the option to use this decree. Oh, it's a local decree. Okay, okay. It costs this authority to use it in one province. This is not just across everyone. Do we want to do this? 20% radicalism increases for full acceptance. It's pretty intense. It's pretty intense. On the bright side, enables the confiscation, allowing the wholesale real distribution. If the degree is... Oh, here we go. If the degree is kept on a state for 4 years, its plantation economy will be permanently broken, removing the South or Deep South, or Deep South or Upper South state modifiers. Okay, so what are those? What are those modifiers? I don't think we have. Ah, here we go. Deep South. Okay, so minus 50% assimilation. Minimum worker-owned agriculture levels drops. And you get plantation strength. It's not that bad. Like, it doesn't actually ruin the lives of the former slaves living there. But I feel like we would be able to revoke this in the future if we needed to. Surely it doesn't just last forever. The thing is, this would probably be enough. Like, we're already really close. But I think we're playing a role here. Let's play that role. Yeah, because we have a radical absolutionist or a humanitarian in government, 40 acres and a mule. That's what they deserve. And now I'm pretty sure we can't use that decree. No, I can use it, even though I don't have... Okay. Well, let's do it then. And we'll do it in the the most important states first. Like the biggest states. I'll even get rid of this consumption tax so I can do it twice. But yeah, we're going to go ahead and confiscate slaveholder lands. And so which of these states are the most populous? Or I guess what I really care about is where are the most Afro-Americans living? Virginia and South Carolina, followed by Georgia and Alabama. Okay, so yeah, let's do it. It's going to take years though. We're only going to be able to do this once, I think. But yeah, I'm going to confiscate that land. If that's what needs to be done, that's what needs to be done. There we go. Welcome, Belgium, to the Union of Hope. You are very welcome here. We will continue. Are they still working to harm our relations? They are. Yeah. But that's a good gain, getting Belgium in the Union. Where are we working on next? Maybe Argentina? Are they still cautious towards us? They're antagonistic. Yeah, we need our infamy to go down, basically, before we're going to be able to spread much further. Big day. Even with us doing no industrial research this game, basically at all, we have just unlocked better sewing machines, better mechanized workshops. This is going to be really good for our industries, being able to actually churn out some more stuff. We do also have nitroglycerin, by the way, but I don't think it's currently worth using. I wonder if it's worth... No, not quite worth using those on sulfur. At least the game thinks it's not. So that's good. But yeah, being able to pump out some more consumer goods. Helpful, again, for our standard of living ambition. The Mormons refuse. We will not end their polygamy practices, huh? I'm hopeful that we will be able to just annex them anyway. There's this time modifier because we annex someone else, but we should be able to just annex them normally. And they can keep on colonizing in the meantime. Okay, there's quinine, which doesn't instantly unlock human rights. Oh, no, okay. You have to be researching it for it to unlock without active spread, even though we have more invested than it costs. There's human rights. Okay. So, without any delay, I need to pass multiculturalism. Now, this is going to seriously annoy the yeoman farmers. That will be a problem. We could appease the yeoman farmers by passing colonial exploitation. But I don't think that's gonna happen. I think it's wrong. It's morally wrong. The yeoman farmers don't... the yeoman farmers would like professional army. No. No, I think they're just gonna have to be mad. If their leader... Okay, is there any way we could change your leader? Because right now, the fact that they are wrathful and reckless is hurting us. So, where's your agitator? He's a traditionalist, which obviously is not good, but he's less annoying. I can't grant him leadership because they're not in government. Oh, that's right. And you have to not be during an election. Okay, so neither way is this going to work. He's going to be the next president, by the way, which is problematic. All right, we just pass it down the consequences, I think. Oh, and here we go. Repeaters gets rid of the effective native resistance. That's good to know. Okay, so once Shellgun spreads, we'll probably research that. But for now, it's time to finally research some production techs. And with those motor companies built, we can now say, welcome to the world, not Singer. Where's it gone? Here it is. Massey Harris, sorry, I'm guessing. Not hugely productive to start with, but with iron mines added here, and iron mines... Oh, I gave... I'm dumb. I gave an iron mine monopoly to this company, which now doesn't even own iron mines. That's less than ideal. We need to give them investment rights as well. But this is going to be a good company once it gets those tools going up, especially once we get the next tier of tools. That's going to be really, really good. All negotiating done, by the way. Oh, no. There, we can get the intelligentsia on side because we should put whoever is the most popular person who would back this. Sovereigntists endorse it, right? Yeah. Eric, welcome to government. I can't do it until after the election, but after the election, Eric is joining government, and then that will give us a little bit more of a chance. But 44% stall is... Yeah, the yeoman farmers would be very angry. Here come the election results. We're going to get a president who is not very favorable. Legitimacy took a little bit of a hit just then. Welcome, Garrett Smith. Oh, no, wait. No, James Polk. There we go. So James Polk is now in charge, which is not ideal. Not ideal for our legitimacy. But I'm not going to stop. You know what we could do? Drop taxes. Yes. Yes, that's good. Dropping tax. Oh my god. The yeoman farmers are so strong. Okay, multiculturalism, we'd have to get lucky. Oh, oh God, we got lucky once. I didn't save Scomet. We got lucky once. Who retired? Ooh. Oh no, it's an abolitionist that replaces him. That's good. That's good. I thought that was going to be bad. I thought that was going to break apart our party even further. We got lucky once. That's good. Also, because this guy's in charge now, he gives us... The good thing about him is that he's giving us cheaper decrees, which ironically we're using to crush the slave owners even more. Despite the fact that's probably not what he'd rather I was doing with it. Okay, okay. Things are improving slightly. I think because their clout must be dropping. No, it's rising. I guess other people's clout who do back it must be rising. Yeah, the industrialist clout continues to rise. So we might, I mean, it might be able to pass it. 15 days till our next try. 37% chance. It's not low. In XCOM, 37% chance to miss. We would miss every single time. Oh, Jesus. Holy shit! The whole country is gonna revolt over this. Maybe they won't vote. Holy shit, it passed! I didn't even notice because it was hot. Oh, Jesus. Oh, man, it's gonna be close. We might have another civil war over this. Even the North is saying, like, look, we were okay with ending slavery, but this, it's only, like, the Mexicans and Canadians that are staying loyal this time. It's only going to 97, though. How could I improve this? Right. Yeah, I could crank the Home Guard. Which we are doing. But this, how fast is this going to happen? It's 8 weeks per checkpoint. 8 weeks, but we can do it. We've had no stalls, no setbacks. There's no chance for an advance or debate. There's no conversation to be had. It happens, or we kill each other again. Jesus Christ. Ooh, latest. When we clicked that last button, we had another, lots of freaking, yeah. Our authority is going like crazy up and down because of all these events, but that latest one, I think it did cause a little radical spike. Yeah, people themselves are not happy about this serious reconstruction, but the text has changed. The freedmen are asserting their new right. The freedmen are asserting their new rights and positions in society. So with any luck, that now means that when this times out, we actually do get the primary culture and stuff. Damn. Okay, that's not good. Plus 10% enactment time, but Florence Nightingale gets some government support, so I get some popularity. Yeah. We will act. Do we accept a stall? 10% enactment chance. Ooh, that's good, actually. Okay, I mean, it's not good because we could have just passed it right there, but 10% enactment chance. That's really good. That adds an end of discussion factor. We got a chance to get out of this without a civil war and with multiculturalism. Okay. It's a pretty formative moment in the history of our nation. A 47% chance that multiculturalism passes will allow me to avoid this revolution because the 75% steadily ticks down if it passes. We've got fairly good odds. I mean, 47%. It's 50-50, which is basically assured. Oh, my headphones fell off. Pause. Yes! In 4 ticks. In 4 resolutions. 1 stall, 3 progresses. Oh, baby. Primary culture fervor drops from laws. We get less assimilation, but we get loads of assimilation, loads of acceptance. It's not 100 from primary culture. Is there not? Oh, that's right. Okay, the main thing it does is actually change how these work, rather than. It's not that important which one you're in anymore. I was thinking, like, shouldn't it be like plus 100 across the board? But the important thing is that when you're on this one, there's all these consequences of being in the lower ones, like lower wages, lower qualifications, lower political strength. Whereas now it's only lower wages for the lowest 3, basically. And so what does it take to be under violent hostility under our government now? Because we don't, it's basically you have to share no languages, no traditions, and no religion. No, it has to be, even then, you could still be in the bottom. And the easiest way to tell, I guess, is just to go here. All of these people are currently promoting. Okay, so why though? So you... oh, there's plus 20 from no shared heritage and plus 20 from no shared language. Okay, which pushes everyone to open prejudice. And open prejudice is very similar. It's just that there's slightly less wages. Okay, and in some ways it's better than full acceptance because we get more radicalism. Because, unfortunately... Oh yeah, and we did have to give a big political concession to the army, by the way, which I'm not thrilled about. But the intelligentsia oppose it, so we will be able to repeal that in the future. And then it's actually no slavery that got the 40 acres and a mule amendment, which is opposed by, again, the intelligentsia. So we can revoke that with the intelligentsia in government. Where is the intelligentsia? We don't have an intelligentsia! The yeomen are at 45% clout! Okay, it's problematic, don't get me wrong, but now the militarism will begin to tick down on the revolution. Oh, that's so lucky. And it does close African colonization. Ah, yes, and I can enforce voting rights, but I need 150 authority. Where am I going to get 150 authority? I'd have to stop confiscating slaveholder lands. That seems worth it. Seems worth it. It might increase the American suppressive. Well, what's it going to do? 5% Dixie, more radical. 2% Yankee Pop's more radical. Oh, it might trigger the revolution. But, I mean... So, let's do it. So I put back down the road maintenance decree up here for the production because we're doing so much building in New York, but... how long has this been active? I don't think there's a way for me to tell. I wish it ticked down the modifier steadily, but... Oh, that's not even enough. Damn it. How do I get a tiny bit more authority? Tech? Or do we abandon one of the other ones? I feel like this is more important than... Well, when did I put these in? I guess I could tell. I guess we'll just wait for this to finish, and then we'll do it. For now, more road maintenance, I think. Damn, that's annoying. We could have kept the one in Georgia. The other thing is, with this revolution at 95%, the events that fire on the tick, of which we've only had one so far, by the way. Oh god, it's causing obstinance as well, which means like less taxes and less people working. At 5% off, although it's steadily ticking down, as I said, an event can push it into open warfare, which is... It's not good. Okay, I think moving to a professional army model will be good for us in the long run, and it will also mollify the... but it's... I don't think it's a good idea. It's too damaging to our budget right now. We couldn't support an army as big as we are, even close, with that on at the moment. Is there any other way I can mollify them? They don't want the Combination Acts. They do want... No, they don't want protected speech, but other people would like protected speech. Which does seem good. The 25% tech spread is nice, because we are a bit behind on technology because of my drive towards human rights. It also unlocks guaranteed liberties, which... No, the rural folk don't like that. Well, we might as well do... protected speech, I think, because we're not using... there's some authority, but I think this is okay. And then potentially we can negotiate successfully and be helpful that way. Okay, I think this is the way we do it. We're going to lower taxes, which will cause the industrialists to back this. We were already on low taxes, but by staying on low taxes, it'll help our standard of living, and it will get them on side for protected speech. That seems good. And they will chill out about this, to be clear. Like, they've got 9 negatives that are still ready to go away, and they will stop being insurrectionary. And James Polk will eventually not be their leader anymore. Do we have... it's 54. In 56, we can invite a new person. And I'm very hopeful we'll be able to invite someone, ooh, yeah, like a liberal, to head them up. Then they'd be happy about guaranteed liberties. That would be good. Oh, dear. Oh, dear. 5% increase, 5% decrease. Ooh, we can make James Polk less popular. That's good. Yeah. That's good. And we can slow down the revolution. Okay. I always find myself on the bounds of revolution in this game. Okay, there we go. Slaverland redistributed in Virginia, which now means we can enforce voting rights, which is going to make a bunch of radicals. So hopefully that's not going to make these guys too much more militant. And we are all the way towards Redeemers now. I don't think it's going to time out early. 2 years and 12 months is an interesting length of time. It's rounding up, obviously, but that's just kind of funny. Oh, when time runs out. Oh, okay, it tells us what it will do now. Okay, Dixie stops being a primary culture, which would be terrible if it weren't for the fact that we got multiculturalism. Adds long Reconstruction, triggers event the second founding, and it does remove 40 acres and a mule, because that's a, that's a temporary handover. We've got loads of good events for protected speech, by the way. A couple of good checkpoints there. Financial situation's not superb. And all these time modifiers from enforcing Reconstruction are a little painful. But we'll get in there. Mandate-wise, I am going to keep pushing colonial officers. Actually, do I need to... I don't really need the other two of this anytime soon. We will want colonial officers 3 for the infamy generation, but not urgently. Instead... Oh, and I didn't consider this company. The 20% throughput is nice, but that really just saves you on wages, which are not the major expense for construction. Yeah, I don't think these are as good as either of the ones we've selected. So we're not in a hurry to get up to that. The 75% infrastructure usage of construction, it's not that important, so I think we probably max out this. Get some more influence from trade centers seems good. We should build more trade centers too. By the way, it's occurred to me, this is non-long Reconstruction. I wonder how long the long Reconstruction takes. Oh, we get long Reconstruction after Reconstruction. That's still going to happen, apparently. Okay. Interesting. So maybe you skip... okay, so I guess if you do it peacefully, you skip from Reconstruction to long Reconstruction. The other thing we could do, now I think about it, actually, would be... We can put the Democratic... No, we can't put them in government. Sorry, because they're insurrectionary. Never mind. Once this goes away, though, we can put them in government, and that will hopefully begin to move towards peace. But yeah, God, the radicals are absolutely spiking. Jesus Christ. We also failed to deliver on our promises. So that's really bad. We failed our... yeah, we get -6. Oh, God, because we didn't manage to raise the standard of living. People are very upset. Oh no, it's going back up again because there's so many radicals. 30% radical supporters, Jesus Christ. Well, since our treaty with Britain has fallen apart, we better switch allegiance. This is the French-American Mutual Pact. We are a defensive pact. We're giving them trade privileges, but we're getting military assistance and investment rights. We're going to sell them some steel, which will drive up the price of steel in our market, which I think is actually a good thing for us right now. And we won't subvent coal or paper. That's fine. That will let our investment pool spend so much money, because it was actually struggling to spend all its money at home. So if we can have a bunch of the investment pool's money spent in France buying up industries, that will be really good. I'm kind of confused that it's not immediately doing it, but I didn't actually check your domestic policy. You're an interventionism, yeah. So stuff can be privatized. So hopefully that will be good. And yeah, if we're going to be not able to be friends with Britain, then we need to seek out a different ally. So politically, we're in a spot of bother. The petty bourgeoisie just got a traditionalist, which I'm presuming is going to make them want to join the Democrats. No? Because of urban interests, the American two-party system. Interesting. Yeah, we're probably going to have to do this after the election. And then it's kind of bizarre, right? We have lots of really good laws. The problem is, one of the problems anyway, is we have homesteading, which gives the farmers a really big boost. And I think frontier colonization might help them as well. It doesn't, no, okay. we have some really good laws, but the clout is massively yeoman farmers because, obviously, of universal suffrage. Now, you know, we could try to switch to landed voting, but that would just make a huge revolution fire. Wealth voting would likewise make a huge revolution fire. So we don't have many choices. I think all we can do is industrialize our way out of the problem, basically. And because we have those good laws, having the yeoman and trade unions in power is not that bad. It really doesn't seem too bad. I'm still... yeah, we need to try and get the intelligentsia like existing again, for sure. Will this even like happen because the intelligentsia exist or not? I don't know. We are still building up universities. Our budget is becoming problematic as well. But yeah, lots of powerful hurricane in New Jersey. They'll get over it. Sorry, that's not really in keeping with the roleplay, is it? But we basically have to industrialize our way out of the dominance of the yeoman farmers. And because we already have the good laws, it's not that bad to have them be so powerful. But yeah, 82% of the vote. Okay, it did kick them out, though, and put a moderate in. That doesn't really do much for us. But yeah, we have to put them in power. It gives us righteous government, which is really good, obviously, and will give us some legitimacy, some loyalists and stuff over time. So hopefully we can stop the bleeding now. And they are, yeah, I mean, the timed modifiers are going away. Once the time modifiers and the multiculturalism annoyance goes away, the yeoman farmers will be about neutral. And then we can see if maybe we can have an electoral swing and then potentially get commercialized agriculture. Because what we need to do, basically, that's our main political goal right now, is to commercialize agriculture and thereby break the power of the yeoman farmers. But it's going to take some doing. And yeah, Reconstruction ticking along. Apart from that, not much happening recently. Just slowly industrializing. Budget getting worse, but credit limit getting better. So we'll get there. I also realized I never gave coal to New York Premium Steel. So we've done that now, which will be good. They do have a regional HQ in Malonia. And these guys have some in France, Flanders, West Bengal. So we should be starting to get somewhere there. And we have got quite a few mass migrations as well, by the way. Our population is, yeah, it's looking okay. We are inventing repeaters, by the way, which will allow us to properly integrate the American West pretty sharpish, which will be good. Okay, this is how we do it. Here we go. Jeremiah Lawton here is a modernizer. He supports commercial agriculture as part of the yeoman farmers. So we grant him leadership. Hang on, can we get... We need mutual funds for it, right? 28 months. Okay. So do that next, which means it'll be done in 3 years, which is less than 2 terms. So we put him in. And he's not the president yet. Right, he's not the president. He's just the head of the party. But this means now we could pass... commercialize agriculture trivially. Oh, that would be so good. If we can... Yeah, okay. That's how we do it. That's how we do it. Excellent. The yeoman farmers may be powerful, but even they have members within them that recognize the need for modernization. And that will be our salvation. I'm also hoping that Reconstruction ending is going to do something about our radical situation, because there's a lot of them. Oh, big days. Big days. Back to reputable. That's going to wildly increase our capacity to wheel and deal. To make deals out in the world, to come to agreements. And speaking of which, we have finally improved relations with Russia enough to buy... Where's it gone? Canada. Sorry, Alaska. Greater than or equal to 0. It is greater than or equal to 0. Relations with the United States are greater than or equal to 0, and at least one of these. A hostile country with a rank higher than ours has an interest, or have a principal greater than 0 relative to credit. Oh, we have to not be in debt. I thought that meant like... Hang on. A principal greater than 0 relative to credit. I have that. My principal is 17,000. My credit is 48,000. But I think what it means is be in the green. So the question is, can I get into the green in the next 9 years and 6 months? Okay, we have a new goal. We're a very legitimate government. This is going to really hit our standard of living. The time has come for taxation. We're gonna stop all of our decrees. Why can't I do this from the screen? Stop all our decrees. Give me some consumption taxes. We'll only be able to get one in there. Oh, I really don't want to tax tobacco. It's going to hit people. Yeah, our standard of living is going to have a problem here, but I think it's got to be done. And we can keep road maintenance in New York at least. That's good. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of devastation from that war as well. The whole place is not having a great time right now. But we'll get there. We'll get there. Russia has started to damage our mutual relations. Oh, for God's sake. Now we can't even keep them at positive relations. Damn it. We may not be able to buy Alaska then. Okay, knowing that we can't buy Alaska, don't do this. This is too intense. We'll go up to... We'll stay on high taxes. And I'll tax coffee. Coffee is consumed by people richer than tobacco. So we'll do that. Okay, we're in the green. We're in the green by stopping our global lobby funding efforts. That's done a lot for our income for sure. Still doing Morocco and Honduras. We can stop both of those. Okay, we're in the green. We're coming back. The great Reconstruction. The survival of our nation. It does seem like, I don't know if it's the case or if I've just been playing badly or if it's just updates, but it feels like this mod makes America way harder. I could be wrong though. It could entirely just be how I'm playing. And to be clear, I'm not complaining, it's fun. There it is. I haven't read what it does yet. The second founding. Reconstruction has finally come to a close. Pause. As the southern states are reincorporated fully, our efforts to uphold the promise of Afro-American liberty have borne fruit through great effort. So true. What once downtrodden slaves are now free citizens, homeowners, and even elected officials. Dixie rage will doubtlessly persist for generations. Would have anyway, buddy. But the Redeemers' attempts to return to antebellum have been thwarted, hopefully for good. All right, there is no progress without struggle. So what do we get here? We get, Dixie's no longer primary culture. The Southern planters lose Plo ideology. They're granted the lawmen interest trait. Oh, interesting. Plus 12% authority, 5% from turmoil. It'll be higher, obviously, if they weren't fully out of government. So that gives us back a load of authority. That's nice. 20% Dixie Pops become radical. 2% Yankee Pops become radical. Yikes. And they reconsider interest group support. I wonder how impactful that will be. And the Thickle crowd. Oh, this is just normal stuff. Oh, yes, perfect. Losing some influence on the yeoman. That's good. So, the long Reconstruction. Despite the emancipation of the freedmen, racial prejudice remains deeply ingrained. Okay, so... Right, nice. This is going to tick up fast because we have huge average acceptance of African-American pops. And once it's completed, Afro-American becomes a primary culture. 5% Afro-American become more loyalists. And the segregationist is replaced with exclusionary. Okay, good. Which is still not a lot better, but is better. Good. And this will be done in... well, okay, it's going to take a long time. This is much harder than vanilla, I think, to get this to happen, but that's okay. And when this happens, that's a good instigator for us beginning like a big campaign in Africa to try and unite it all. We will hide that so I can have some more space back on my right-hand side. Pretty profitable companies, by the way. Premium Steel still struggling, but we're going to be, once we have mutual funds, we're going to go back to inventing all these techs that use steel. And we're spreading steel frame construction too. The Great Return. Previously fled slavery in the South, now choosing to return to their final homes. Cool. So we can move them to Florida or Georgia and Alabama. I don't really care, to be honest. That's fine. So they can go home. I mean, I wonder if that would have happened. I don't know. Maybe it did happen in real life, even though there wasn't, what I would call full reconstruction. Okay, there's repeaters. Now, don't think too hard about the fact that that's going to make it easier for us to bring the poor people of the West under our wing. But it is. Very much so. So these are going to be, oh my god, so much faster. 4 times faster colonization. in all these areas now, which is going to be, yeah, good for us. Not phenomenal for the locals, but we have got multiculturalism, so we can embrace them straight into our burgeoning factories. The time's come for the Indian Territory to accept that we're multicultural now. We can't have racial segregation, which is what we're apparently accusing them of doing. How dare they flee the southern planters? No, you know what we're doing? Okay, we're trying to bring the Indians back to their cultural homes over here now that the southern planters' danger has been mitigated, and the people fighting us are actually southern planters that have infiltrated into the Indian Territory. It's the only logical explanation. And there we go. We have saved them from the infiltrators, and now we will incorporate them and let them go home if they want to. That's by all means. There's free migration internally within the US. So I mean, look at this. These people, you are promoting. What are they going to go to? Let's have a check. Yeah, they're going to go up to. Well, okay, it's called open prejudice, but what is 5% less wages? It's better than. Is that an acceptable joke? It's better than women have it now. It's 1858. Derogatory. That's not derogatory. What's the term I mean? Like brackets. I wish it weren't so. And we are getting refined steel and precision tools going. Nice. Hopefully that will help our continuing industrialization. Building more universities as well. Finally getting up to a decent innovation number. Oh, crap. Oh, it's only -2, but no. Yeoman farmers, I am absolutely not going to get rid of multiculturalism or close the borders. Something, and I couldn't possibly speculate as to what, about our invention of the repeater gun is causing lots of native uprisings. I think it's because if we take a look at their domestic policy, where is it? Oh no, they're multiculturalist. Damn it. I thought that was going to be a good excuse. Almost finished filling this out, by the way. There's our less infamy generation against unrecognized, which is going to let us... I think our next play is for the Arabian Peninsula. We should be, as soon as we get some infamy available. The Mormons, by the way, I demoted them and they declared war on us. We annex them and they become loyalist, or we have to crush them by force. Why would I crush them by force if I can just do it for free? That seems good. But yeah, we're going to make a play for Arabia as future oil, basically. Laying the ground for future oil. I think we should also take maybe some land here, especially if we're not going to be able to colonize Africa for ages. It's going to be important that we actually just conquer some land. So I'm going to keep spending our infamy for now. Yeah, basically focusing on this region, I think, would be beneficial. I didn't notice this at all. Look at this. The Iron Confederacy. Oh, wait, not the market. The Iron Confederacy is beating up the Hudson's Bay Company. And if they win, we'll full annex them, which will remove the claims on these provinces, allowing me to begin colonizing them. And Britain can't get here to help. I hope. They really shouldn't be able to get here to help. That's amazing. I wonder if, I mean, the war support should go negative. It's going to take a while because they have like no casualties, but that's phenomenal. Leaving Canada open for us. North German migration. Nice. Very nice. And yes, hopefully the addition of our precision tools and refined steel will usher in a new era for American growth. We are also gaining money quite quickly, and I'm trying to pay down the debt, but I'm also very conscious of the fact that I want to keep building. So we are continuing to do both paying down the debt and increasing our construction capacity and increasing the number of universities we have. And there's steel frame buildings, which we certainly cannot afford to do everywhere, but we will start looking at doing in select places, I think. As long as it doesn't make steel too expensive. We should also start paying attention to the price of glass, which is going to be important for our future costs. Look at that, though. With most of them except the ones in New York, which is by far the biggest one, switching over, we're getting to practically 300 construction while still making profit. Very, very nice. These don't get throughput bonuses from size, do they? I don't think. Or is it only the second building that adds that? Yeah, no, they don't get bonuses from size, so it's okay to have these be spread out. It's kind of still inefficient because the industries supplying them could potentially have the bonus, but still in the green with everywhere but New York switched over. That is nice. Not quite the green, but still very close. Massive, massive increase. Phenomenal. Oh, but that does give us a glass shortage. Whoops. We'll switch one of the big ones back off it, like Pennsylvania. We'll need to work on making some more glass. But yeah, this is where we should start to go parabolic on GDP. We've not been doing so well so far on growth, but with that in hand and with research really taking off and about to actually start focusing on industry, it's going to be really, really good. Oh, another uprising, huh? Can't think why. Slowly, but it is happening. Our radicals are trending down now, which is good. We're getting more loyalists, less radicals. I do not need a pop-up about that, by the way. We're getting there. And with just 6 more universities, we get some loyalist intelligentsia, even though they're really, really not good in terms of influence. Okay, there's mutual funds. Whoops, excuse me. There's mutual funds. We get 5% max trade advantage from capacity. We get more minting. And most importantly, we unlock commercialized agriculture. 75% financial district investment into plantations, ranches, and agriculture. And no more plus 25%. So, the yeoman's back it. So it really ought to be able to pass without too much difficulty at all. Thank God. The road to political recovery is on. Now, for right now, trade unions aren't on the right side of history. But in the fullness of time, I'm going to want them to have some political concessions. And political concessions that make the trade unions less mad about commercialized agriculture is good. Because I'm not sure this game whether we want to go full communist. I feel like it always destroys my economy whenever I go communist in this game. So staying kind of commercial, but with more powerful trade unions than you otherwise would, seems quite good. Now, if we could get this passed before the election fires, and then the election would be massively more in favor of the Republican Party because the clout reduction. Although actually, will this even help? I think it will. But it won't help as much as it could, actually, because it won't change the votes the yeoman farms get. Well, no, it will. It'll move some of them to trade unionists. And I think it might change some farmers into laborers. Is that right? You get free peasants, and then privately owned. I can't remember. It disallows privately owned, I guess. I'm not sure. Like our livestock ranches right now, it doesn't change them. I guess it changes the fact that they're no longer 50% locally owned. But the fact that it's locally owned doesn't give them, the farmers, more votes. The farmers still exist, whoever owns it, I think. Yeah, that's fine. So I'm not actually sure if this will help as much as I had thought. We will see, I guess. We will see. Obviously, keeping an eye on this war. It's going to be glorious when they win. Assuming they do. And there's our final mandate, by the way. We don't need construction 3, but we are going to go for it anyway. But that's our final meaningful mandate increase. Okay, this is problematic. We have 60% activism right now on the American supremacist movement. And the Democrats are apparently running an African American. As who? The leader of the industrialists? Doesn't look like it. Jeremiah Law, who are you? Oh, you're the head of the... Oh. Interesting. Okay, it's actually the Democrats are running a black person. Afro-American. Interesting. If we judge not by the color of one's skin, they lose 50% momentum. And we get 10% more activism, which is bad. Or if he steps aside, they lose 10% momentum. And he stops being the leader. Oh, no. No. We can't have him stop being the leader. He's a god. I mustn't forget. Jeremiah Lawson here is the modernizer. Judge not by the color of someone's skin. It will hurt their odds in the election. And it will... We risk civil war again. But we need him for commercialized agriculture. 100%. Okay, so... Levi Matthews, the Republican industrialist, is now our head of government. Our success chances dropped dramatically because the clout of the yeoman farmers has been obliterated by their loss in that election. But the industrialists back this too. So if we switch to the industrialists, which we should do, it doesn't kick this guy out. He's still a modernizer. The yeoman farmers still shouldn't oppose it. So we can put this highly legitimate government in under Levi Matthews, and because they are laissez-faire, they support commercialized agriculture. Yes? Yes. Okay, still 43% chance. And now we can negotiate and get some more people on side. Okay. Okay. We're fixing things. We're fixing things. Thank God. Why did the yeoman farmers get such... So basically, what happened... Yeah, it's kind of weird. What happened in that election is the yeoman farmers, who would previously be the ones almost having a revolution over multiculturalism, ran a black guy, because I put him in charge of them, and as a result, catastrophically lost the election to a North who like multiculturalism in theory, but not necessarily in practice. I guess we'll take it. Sweet Jesus, what the hell happened to our administration? Why did our administration tank? None of this has changed radically recently. Goodness gracious. Okay, well, we're going to need to... Oh, we probably lost a modifier. Yeah, we lost middle managers. The damn petty bourgeoisie are being all traditionalist. Do you oppose this current change? No, you don't like the low government wages. When does it trigger? 3? 5. Yeah. Yeah, 31% of them are radical. We'll get there. We'll get there. In a move that will slow down our growth for a bit, but just seems fun, we are building a Statue of Liberty, which will be cool. Maybe we should build power blocks as well. Yeah, I mean, infrastructure per 10k population, these aren't bad, but they're very expensive. We'll build some later, I think. Ooh, Korean. Korean migration to Texas. That's going to be good. Decline migration 0. Yeah. Oh, well. And there's valued investments. Nice. Another native uprising. But that's good. We've finished building the new universities, and then we're just going to build a couple more just to get us right up to that innovation cap, and then we can really start making some proper headway. How are we doing literacy-wise globally, by the way? Yeah, behind Britain, behind some places in Italy, but other than that, doing pretty well. Nice. Okay. Thank goodness. There's commercialized agriculture. That's extremely good. That's going to allow us to really, really start to pop off, I think. Transferring... Oh, sorry, not fish. Canned fish is actually better right now, apparently. That's going to really start to let us get... Ooh, and craftsman sewing is better, actually. As is precision tools. I didn't realize. It's going to really let us getting somewhere. Oh, you know what else I didn't do? Because I'm a fool? I never switched over to... the Bessemer process, because we had it off that when it was when steel was really cheap. Darn. Okay, with that switched over, we probably want to move over to repeating rifles. Not quite, but when we're in a big war, that'll be much more relevant. Just do this. It's fine. I know there's some places where it'll take some adapting, but that's okay. Ooh, we have a new urban center thing as well. My scroll wheel, I think there's something wrong with my mouse, to be honest. And now we can go to independent patronage, right? To get more academics. We really need more academics, honestly. And covered markets. Yeah, more expensive. But we need the clerks, I think, honestly. Lacking silk, right. Good point. I will make some more. We will need to import some silk. But anyway, getting there. And precision tools and refined steel are going to be helping with everything. We do need to fix this tax waste. 27% tax waste. Jesus Christ. What we can all relate to. I'll take the tech. I always take the tech on those things because it feels more permanent. Yeah, we urgently need to increase our government administration in the capital. So we will get on that. Ah, okay. The Indian Wars doesn't ring a bell. We're being very friendly. We get more military goods cost. We'll complete if all states in the Central Plains are not decentralized nations. Okay. Indigenous North American populs in our incorporated states will be merged into a combined American Indian culture over time. Makes sense. And yeah, we can't say the only good Indian is a dead Indian. Not that we would anyway. Because we don't have the expansionist or the bigoted character trait. We'll do this. We get conversion for violent hostility, fast attention decay, but 10% less bureaucracy, which is going to hurt. But it's worth it. It's worth it. We're treating them well. We're just incorporating everyone into the Union of Hope. God damn it. So the Iron Confederacy did win, but we can't colonize because Nova Scotia inherited all their damn claims. That is unfortunate. I wonder if we could take Britain. We probably couldn't. That is very annoying. Can't reach here. Nova Scotia just gains them all. So we have to get rid of all of these Canadians, basically. Is there any way we could become friends with Britain again and buy them? We might be able to. It's possible. I'm still working on trying to buy this off Russia, but we need to fix the bureaucracy deficit. Because that is, yeah, pretty turbo bad for our economy right now. Oh, I was expecting to be about to tell you about the conflict that we just started over here, that Russia might be backing them in. 24% chance that they just accepted. Nice. It's going to take a long time to incorporate, but that's going to be some future oil right there. Najd, probably the next up. That would bring Russia in against us, so probably not there yet. Maybe down here, a little bit further from Russia. Persia might come in against us. That's fine. I guess this will be the one we do instead. Cool. Okay, that's the bureaucracy deficit fixed, and we're going to slightly overfix it. Then we're going to build some paper, because we're currently spending like 100,000? 150,000 on paper right now, which is pretty intense. And having tried to lower the paper bill a bit, we will then focus on switching back to just like steel and glass and so on in New York, which, by the by, looks like it needs some automated production methods. Try and stop there being quite such a people shortage. Oh geez, this seems bad. The ever-growing fortunes of the upper strata, the robber barons, the Gilded Age has kicked off. We get the Gilded Age for 20 years, which gives 10% investment contribution efficiency and contribution from capitalists, more loyalists from full acceptance, more minimum accepted strata for the top strata, 15% industrialist group protection, but also 15% less authority, 10% less bureaucracy, more government dividends waste, that doesn't matter, institutions change, so it doesn't matter, but 15% less tax. Arkansas gets machine politics, more tax waste. We get more more throughput bonus. So this is good and bad. This is definitely good and bad, but overall probably bad. I have to say. I think we'll probably have to stop doing education access in New York because of these robber barons. So we can take bribes. Nice. You get less loyalists from high legitimacy, less authority. But you get grifter, which lowers your popularity, but you get more interest group strength and approval from the industrialists, or you can consolidate trust. Horizontal integration is good for business. 10% less bureaucracy, but plus one max company of number of I can't even speak. Plus one number of companies. Ooh, but 5% national construction efficiency down, and 10% less bureaucracy. Will fail if the president is a progressive social democrat, Georgist, communist, anarchist, or vanguardist, and they're legitimate, or you're a council republic, or you have graduated taxation. And if it fails, you get rid of this stuff, or you just have it kind of slowly ticks down. Presumably this actually only lasts during the Gilded Age, but +1 company. 5% construction efficiency. Construction efficiency is so important, though. It's so important. We've got turmoil. 20% turmoil in New York, which really hurts. I don't think I can do it. I don't think I want to press the button. The thing is, our industrialists are loyal enough anyway. But yeah, I don't think we do it. But it'll go away in 20 years, and 10% get more radical. How do you, like, succeed it? Maybe if I consolidate trust, it goes on forever? I don't know. Unless the administration revitalizes itself and passes sweeping reforms, it will remain at the whims of the robber barons. So what would we need to do? We need to get workplace office up to 3, social security up to 3, and or proportional or graduated taxation. Okay. All we need is workplace safety 3 and social security 3. Workplace safety 3 will take a new law pass. This is the one that unlocks workplace safety, isn't it? Yeah. We can get this done. Only the trade unions back it, but we can get that done. Okay, so I think I will seek to end it, because net, I mean, there's some cool stuff in here, but net, it is still negative. Yeah, so we will aim to have the Gilded Age be brief, if possible, but I'm not going to consolidate trust. I don't think. Cool. Oh yes, and acquisition in Yemen, and imminent more acquisition in Yemen ongoing, as I mentioned. God, it's not been a good time for us. We keep getting people assassinated. We got 30%. Completes all progress towards destroying abolishing the spoils system. Ah, that seems good. Is that another journal entry we have? No. The spoil system is part of our one of these, isn't it? Where is that? Okay, I guess I can't find it because it's not here anymore. But we used to have a spoil system thing which made it... it was on bureaucrats. Okay, it still is here. Okay, but I can't get rid of it because only the armed forces don't like it. Don't we have the armed forces in our government right now? They switched. No, okay, they switched. In order to get rid of this Gilded Age thing, we're going to have to get the Democrats in, by the way, to get the trade unions, obviously. We could also think about maybe trying to boost up... I don't think the liberal movement care about it. No. The peasant movement might. No. Catholic rights? Probably not. Catholic rights want total separation. That's interesting. I wonder if we could boost them up. No, there's no one who cares about it at the moment. Okay, so we should try and look to invite an agitator who will care about it then. We're going to have to free up some agitator slots. And I can't exile people. I don't think, because we have free speech. Annoyingly. Which I did, of course. This has got to be the dumbest war I've ever seen. Brazil wants to take that state right there. France is going to back us, and Belgium's going to back us, and Prussia might back them. Fair enough, but even still, this doesn't seem good for you, Brazil. This seems very, very bad for you. Well, I would love to liberate a bunch of countries from Brazil. But we'll do that once we see who's joining the war in case we want to put them on anyone else. But for now, call up the men. Brazil wants to give us some prestige. Okay, I mean, Prussia did join on their side, which is not good. But France and Belgium on our side, I feel like we win in Europe, or at least hold in Europe. And there's no war goal on Prussia, so they'll be okay to just peace out. It did use up a fair amount of our maneuvers to sway them on to our side. We could sway Peru, but they're not powerful. So I think we just stick like this. Excuse me. How good is the Brazilian army, by the way? Plenty. Okay, good. Good. Okay, we should take this war fairly seriously then. But I still think we'll be in a pretty good shape. Maybe I will raise a second conscript army. Send it down here. But if we just hold against them for a while and then peace out Prussia, hopefully France comes and helps. It seems very doable, this war. And yeah, we will set a bunch of war goals to blow Brazil apart, basically. The alternative is just to... We've already got Humiliate Brazil anyway, so we need to occupy some of their land to do that. But if we can blow Brazil apart, it will make it much easier for us to dominate South America. Could be a war that works out very much to our favor. We did manage to get Morocco into our power block, by the way, but I was unwilling to defend them against the French, who have just completely yoinked them. The fact that they have yoinked them is kind of good timing. It means they're fully mobilized, so they'll move to the fronts now. We're looking, yeah, pretty positive against Brazil. They do have a decent-ish navy. I upgraded my navy, yeah? Yeah, we have ironclads, so we would absolutely annihilate them at sea, actually. Okay, so potentially we can naval invade Rio de Janeiro. Let's investigate that possibility. You guys can go on defend front. We could do with slightly growing the size of our army anyway. Let's bring our navy and this army down, and the 4th American Army can be the Marines. So we'll build up some increased size to them. We're going to want 20 units in this, something like this, and one more of those. Yeah, okay. Should be good. And then we can have them invade once all this is built, if the war isn't already won by them, which it might be. We're looking pretty good on most fronts. I don't dare put war goals on Prussia, because fighting, I mean, Prussia is, maybe I should be, honestly. Prussia is so difficult to kill once they are Germany. So maybe we should have been taking steps against them right now, but yeah. And they're definitely not going to back down, even though I think we're doing pretty well. I mean, on numbers, we're looking pretty freaking good. Nice. Prussia's out. Lots of fighting on their front. Obviously, no war goals, so now... Oh my god, we're losing a lot of money. The goods for military buildings... I did mobilize way too many troops. Yeah, we tried a naval invasion. It was going fine until the front line moved, and now everyone's on the front line, and it's not going so well. So we will absolutely abandon that. Flee from that. But now France and Belgium are going to come down and crush Brazil, so that's good. We do need to make a bigger investment in our army, really. But, oh, hey, shrapnel artillery. Good timing. We do need to make a bigger investment in our army. But I think it's sensible to keep just industrializing as fast as we can for now. There's something weird going on with mobilization. Like, this army, I don't think I raised its conscripts, but it had all the conscripts raised, which is part of why we were losing such a staggering amount of money. So I'm just going to demobilize some of our armies to get to chill out on the whole conscripts thing. But yeah, the French are just pushing this front without us helping, so no harm there. Okay, so there is a chance that the Democratic Party will sweep to victory in this election, which would be good, because a lot of the power of the industrialists does come from votes, 120 million. And there was just a major corruption scandal, which is also going to hurt our legitimacy, which is hitting the industrialists right now. I'm doing this naval invasion, by the way, just to try and pull some of them off the front, so the French advance is going better, because I think our elite troops suffering a few casualties is not the end of the world if it lets them push through here. What's this? More momentum for the bad guys. Who we think the bad guys are keeps oscillating. I guess, you know, historical, I guess. There's the election results. Things continuing rather well in Brazil. The Democratic Party sweeps in with a vast sum of the vote. Seems the Gilded Age is rather unpopular. With that in mind, we shall reform the government, bringing the Democrats in. And with the Democrats in, we shall bring in some workers' rights. Now, do we want to go to regulatory bodies or just labor rights? I think it's identical, except this, right, which increases the building wage target. That seems risky to me. I think we just go with regulatory bodies, because we need our buildings to stay really profitable and keep this investment loop going for a while before we really start focusing on this. We want to do this, but for now, I think regulatory bodies will be enough. And we should be able to negotiate our way to success here, I think. Trade unions going to give us solidarity too, which is nice. Yeah, the industrialists are going to be mad, but as soon as we get this passed, we'll go back to being more friendly to them, so that's fine. Lots of mass migrations, by the way, unsurprisingly. Scattering all the way across. And we have begun full-scale colonization now. Not just rushing for the border. Now we know we can't go further north because apparently New Brunswick having a claim here means we can't colonize here. Very silly system. I may mod that out at some point, but it's a badly designed. The whole like you can't colonize because someone else has a claim thing. It's designed to prevent other people from colonizing down here, for example. It really works very badly in the US because it's so railroady, basically. Look at that, by the way. The clout swings on these elections are just insane. I think that's partly because of the two-party system built into the mod. Brazil is about to splinter, by the way. Shrapnel artillery deployed. Attack up to 47. I believe our Marines should now be able to make a landing. Oh, but we win anyway. Nice. Welcome Amazonia. Welcome Minas Gerais. Welcome the Confederation of the Equator. We will now be immediately moving to try and bring each of those into our power block, of course. Excellent. Nice. We've managed to convince France to give us trade privileges and remove the trade privileges we were originally giving them, which will make our trade relationship with them a little bit more one-sided in our direction. Jolly good. Progressing fine on this, you would expect, I mean, 50%, basically no sort chance, so you'd expect it, really. Continuing to just conquer our way around here. I did almost declare war on Oman, with forgetting that this is, not forgetting, but not noticing, that's a Russian puppet state. Do not do that. Pretty big colonial war kicking off here between Britain and France. Prussia backing Britain. Not liking France's odds right now. Not prepared to get involved in their defense, though. So, sorry, France. Deal with it, basically. We do want to... Yeah, I mean... We just can't get colonial resettlement. Wait! The military endorse it? No, okay, they don't. They endorse it, but they also endorse frontier colonization, so they wouldn't actually back it. I mean, they're in government, apart from anything else, so we can be confident that they wouldn't back it. Damn! Thought we were going to be able to get there somewhere. Ooh, we could do right to associate. I am feeling like, I don't know, maybe it's something to do with the two-party thing, which I forget where that is in our... But there's something to do with the two-party system associated with our country. Is it a modifier? I don't think so. But anyway, the huge swings in the elections are annoying enough that maybe at some point we attempt to end democracy. But it's going well for now, I think. So we're trying to end the Gilded Age early, right? But to go to level 3 working conditions, it's going to take 180 months. That's a really long time. Like, that's barely ending it early at all. It is still good, I guess, to get rid of the dangerous working conditions, but it doesn't seem worth it, honestly. I feel like maybe we don't do either of these and we just ride it out for 16 years. Because, I mean, how long is that? 180... Oh, sorry, this is weeks, not months. Okay, right, that's much less bad. It's only like, you know, whatever, 3 and a bit years. Fine, fine. Okay, we will keep doing this. It's extraordinarily expensive, by the way. All our new revenue is just going into bloody paper. Is there more tech we can get to help with paper? Where's the next... Oh, I don't see it. Shift... Oh, you know what? Yeah, we should absolutely get shift work ahead of investment banks. We do want investment banks for the new company, but yeah, shift work would be really, really good. That's going to be like a 20% throughput on lots of our biggest buildings. But yeah, I mean, is there even a new paper production method? I'm not seeing it, man. Paper. No, this is the top paper production method. Crap. But yeah, shift work would be really, really useful. Also, social Darwinists can now appear. Which is good. There's no chance of the industrialists getting a social Darwinist. How about the armed forces? Yeah, some chance there. And social Darwinists back... where's it gone? colonial exploitation and colonial resettlement above frontier colonization. So if we can get a social Darwinist in any of our interest groups, really, then we'll be able to get that through. So just praying for that, basically. This could save us. A skyscraper site is going to be really useful. That gives bureaucracy throughput. That would be really good. We never put the kids in school. Oh crap. Good point. We need to do that immediately. It's going to really annoy the industrialists, but they're weak right now. We really need schooling immediately. We may now have overbuilt on our admin a bit, because we're simultaneously surveying Panama and the Suez and for a skyscraper, which is 2,000 bureaucracy, which is a little intense. But I think it'll be good. We'll try, obviously, and just buy both. Oh no! Britain bought Panama already. That's not good. Okay. Well, maybe we go to war with Britain over this. That's really bad. Okay, well, we need France on our side, but France and Britain are at war right now. Maybe now's the time to try and seize Panama off Britain. We don't have a navy, so we kind of need New Granada to help. Will New Granada help? I kind of doubt it. Yeah. What if we negotiated? A defensive pact isn't going to cut it. I could get an obligation. Britain getting Panama is really annoying. That's 50 grand. 50 grand in revenue from Panama. Britain, would you be willing to sell me Panama? Almost certainly not, right? British Panama. 100? Like, I mean... It doesn't take very much money for them to count that as a lot. I'll give you an obligation. Let me have a go at this. If we can buy Panama, I would like it. Okay, it can be done. We buy it for 800 a week, plus we transfer some fish and some men at wars, both of which are mildly profitable trades, but after this transfer, probably mildly loss-making. We do a bunch of no tariffs and no subventions, and we are not allowed to trade furniture or merchant marine with the world market. Give me Panama. I think that's a good deal. It's only for 5 years. It's worth doing. Ooh, nice. What do we get here? Yeah, it takes good success chance on compulsory private school. Nice. Okay, we get Panama, and we don't discriminate against the local Central Americans, so we'll be able to employ them in the Panama Canal. Excellent, once that survey's done. Okay, avoiding conflict, that's what we're all about. That's what we're all about here in the Union of Hope. Nice. And that's steam trains for railways, which is going to really start to kick off our ability to properly produce that transportation. Fantastic. Which we are starting to need, because we are doing some labor-saving PMs, especially in New York. A big part of that, of course, is because we have this ridiculous 152 size government administration, which is employing how many people? Yeah, 225,000 people work there. France is winning this war, amazingly, by the way, which is great for us, because France is the people that we're friends with. So if we can dominate America, and France, as a republic, can dominate North Africa, that's fine by me. That fits the ambition, I think. I would obviously like to own all of Africa, but it's not happening quickly. Sick leave for Florence Nightingale. Ironic. Ironic indeed. So I'm contravening this treaty, right? Because we're not sending them the men of wars, because we switched from men of wars to steamers. What are you going to do, Britain? I got Panama. Suck it, basically. The hell? France just flipped to -90 relations? Did their war involve like a break treaties condition? How the hell did they go to -90 relations overnight? That doesn't make any sense. they're still genial. I assume the geniality is gonna... Yeah, French Republic has hostile relations plus 50. I assume that's gonna recalculate in a second. I have no... Yeah, okay, they're cautious. Why the hell did you suddenly flip hostile? That's upsetting. There goes our investment rights with France. They would take a defensive pact, though. Without... I mean, they're at minus 90. I mean, everybody hates us. Everybody's really antagonistic, but I guess we'll try and repair relations with France, including, yeah, I mean, a defensive pact. We'll give them trade privileges, I think. That's fine. I don't want to give them a no tariff. A short-term relationship and trade privileges, just so that we have more things counting towards us here. Why the hell did that happen? Bizarre. We did, on the bright side, manage to repair relations with the Netherlands. So welcome to the Union of Hope, Netherlands. That will help our market do rather well, because we're such a massive leading goods producer. We can add a lot of people to the market without it being an issue. Maybe we should try and add some Germans to avoid unification. I don't know, like... Hanover is currently unattached. It could be done. We don't have much influence available, but... Yeah. Yeah. Maybe don't guarantee independence. That seems a little risky. But let's see if we can get Hanover in. That would be good. Ah, crap. Guess what Britain did? Oh, yes. They did it. They sold me Sinai. That was a 48% chance. And we were giving them all we could give. Hell yes. Hell yes. You want to know a secret? I saved before I sent that treaty. I saved and I didn't need to. I was so happy for France, man. I was so happy for them when they won their war, and then they immediately just flip hateful. It's really very rude. Give me military cooperation to make me feel better. Okay, they did do it. Good. That will help with our relationship. I wonder why. There must have been some kind of event, but I don't see what would have done it. They didn't flip government type or anything. Okay, it's a big moment in our lives. Firstly, we have found the foundations, so we get 500 back, 500, whatchamacallit, admin back, and we will, of course, immediately build a skyscraper. I can't build a skyscraper? Why not? Was the site that it found not there? Where is it? Pennsylvania! Excuse my language. What? I'm gonna have to move all my government buildings from New York to Pennsylvania? Are you kidding me? We've got all these paper mills generating paper locally for my massive government administration. They're eating 4,000, by the way. How much paper are we actually making in this thing? 6 and a bit? Oh, we're gonna have to pivot to doing it all in Pennsylvania? Ugh, there's more logging camps, so I guess there's kind of a higher cap for that. Okay, well, we'll do that after we get the Panama Canal built. We can also now build the Suez Canal, so we will do that as well. But again, we'll do that after we build the Suez Canal, after the other one. And yeah, it looks like this place is pretty turmoil-y. I wonder if we can... Yeah, let's create some jobs with some lead mines and hopefully cheer people up a bit. That seems good. Massacres in Ontario. Prosecute those responsible. Outrageous behavior. Not to be tolerated. But the other thing is, we just invented socialism. Not actively, it was a passive spread. Where is it? Sorry, not socialism, labor movement, which permits graduated taxation, which would be good. That drops the income tax rate by quite a bit, but ups the dividend tax rate substantially. We would very much like to do this. It will make the industrialists very unhappy. We have a while before our next election. We have a trade unionists in government right now. They probably won't be next election. So let's try and push through graduated taxation. Wait a minute. What? The Democratic Party just gained the industrialists. Okay. And their clout is by far the highest right now. What the hell happened to their clout? How did it just spike during the election? I guess they lose credit. Votes in the last elections start being less important or something? Interesting. Well, yeah, that's gonna really hurt our ability to get this through. Ooh, but the yeoman farmers will now potentially negotiate. We'll see. Are the industrialists any closer to negotiating? No, because they're now crazy powerful, which means they just have no interest in negotiating. Hell yes. Looking good for graduated taxation. We had a couple of events that worked well, and we just had a 20% buff from the election itself. The problem will be if the Republican Party wins this election. Which, like, how the hell are they winning the election? They got plus 100% momentum at the start. Oh, it's a freaking stall. No. Okay, yeah. Cut through the red tape. We'll just eat the tax waste for a bit here. But yeah, if they win the election, it's going to cause problems because our legitimacy is going to have real issues. Ooh, more gold mines in Canada. Time, nice. Making 2 grand each on those. We're having to build a ton of military shipyards to meet this valued investments promised to the armed forces. But yeah, we'll see. Oh, it's going to be close. 4 days left in the election. The Republican Party just takes the lead at the last second. No. We got a traditionalist petty bourgeoisie in charge. Oh, that's bad. Well, we're just going to eat really low legitimacy for a while here, I think. We're just going to leave the Democrats in charge and push through this taxation. And now we can actually negotiate with the industrialists because they're way weaker. Okay. Okay, this is a problem. The armed forces petitioned us to pass guaranteed liberties next. But where's the shouldn't there be a thing in here? Like a guarantee that we've made to them somewhere in here? Because we already had a commitment to them, it's just not showing? Interesting. It said we couldn't reform government while it was active. We definitely can reform government. The alternative was losing 5 legitimacy, which would put us under the amount required to actually pass laws. That was obviously not an option. And yes, successful negotiations with the industrialists, but we have had to promise a short-term tax cuts for these guys and political concessions for them. But it's funny that like the huge swings on elections are kind of annoying. Not being able to just keep one party in by having them dominate. But I guess that's just part of making it a bit harder in the mod with the whole 2-party system stuff. 48% chance? Come on now. You wouldn't fail. You wouldn't stall and then fail and then stall. Oof, advance. Advance is still better. We'll take the flat 20%. Let's get that going. Right, it's a new day from my perspective, and it occurs to me that when I play Victoria 3 into the small hours of the morning, I start making terrible decisions. At what point did I think it was a good idea to spend like 4 years just building military shipyards? It takes, to build 1, 2, 3, 4 of them, it takes about 10 weeks. Okay, so it's not quite as bad as that. Oh no, sorry, that's counting with the Panama Canal, which is soon to finish down here, by the way. But this is a huge waste of what really should be urgent industrializing time. We have narrowly overtaken in terms of total GDP, but we're slowing down dramatically because all of the state set part of the construction queue is just being spent on these damn shipyards that the military want. Trade center throughput. Trade center throughput seems pretty good. We are going to get graduated taxation, which is good. But once we finish building these, I need to not make dumb commitments. I've got too into the negotiation button, I think. We need to focus on the production industry. Because yes, we're still spending a huge amount on paper, but we're spending even more on construction goods. We need to focus on construction goods for a bit and get the industry rolling, get the GDP line going up and to the right. We also have to try and increase the standard of living, but I think if I just increase the construction sector, then there'll be enough stuff built by the private queue. Because the good thing about us being, you know, perhaps ill-advised in all this building is that the private queue has 75% of the stuff and is still plowing it into productive stuff. Though, of course, some of it is overseas. We did get some deals with Austria by the by. We have our Washington Declaration, which gives us investment rights and a power block embassy. So we might be able to get them into the power block. We did get Hanover in the end. Should I be inviting all of these German states? The problem is, yeah, I'm kind of scared of Prussia. But if we can, if we can work to get all these German states into our power block and thereby deny Prussia of them, I think that would probably be advisable. So we'll probably keep working on that. A united Italy, on the other hand, I would like, because I think they'd be another good ally, potentially. We are doing... Where are you guys going? We're invading somewhere? Yes, right. We're invading Mysore, because Mysore has become independent of India during one of those rebellions, I guess. And it wasn't that much antagonism. So we're just going to straight up conquer this place. That gives us a fair amount of population, because there's 5 million people live here. Which will give us quite a few radicals, obviously. But this is a province that has some gold mines. It has the potential for a bunch of silk. So I think we'll probably mostly make silk here. Silk is relatively expensive in our market, of course, because we have very little local production of silk. What is that? A staple? A luxury? It's a luxury. So if we go to silk and take a look at goods potentials, you can see that, yeah, basically we have nowhere we can make silk at the moment. So grabbing some out of India that isn't British would be useful. Nice. There's investment banks, which gives us another charter and max companies. So what we will do with that is wait for the canal to be built, found the Panama Company, give it a charter so that it has trade centers. And then we can, hopefully that will get profitable, and then we can found another company, which will be the Suez Company, and then that will get profitable, because when those become profitable, they unlock additional slots. And then that will be a really nice get. That pays for half of the paper that we need to administer this fine United States of ours. Oh, even better, actually. The Panama Canal comes with ports and trade centers. Fantastic. So we'll establish that. And now taking a look, yeah, it's only going to go up to 46 prosperity right now, so we need more productivity in the actual the main building, but also it just gaining more building levels will help. So giving it okay, do we give it investment rights, or we give it rights to our shipyards? Our shipyards are pretty profitable, I think. 8 productivity, not amazing. Could be better. Could be better. We should probably... Oh, we can't destroy them, can we? I was going to say we should destroy them and kind of centralize them in Massachusetts, maybe. Because there's the shipyard throughput bonus there. So how do we make this more profitable? I think probably just giving it investment rights so it can buy... It won't have much money to buy them with, but so that it can start buying trade centers overseas, basically. And then, you know what? That means we could take trade centers away from one of our other companies. Oh, we haven't actually got trade centers in our other companies. Okay, good. So that should mean that they now buy up the trade centers in our country, which are currently owned by, yeah, some East India, some by Lee Wilson, but lots currently nationalized. So I can buy those up. We should also probably be building more trade centers. I haven't really built any trade centers. It doesn't think it would be profitable to build them anywhere. But I really should have done that earlier, shouldn't I? As we're focusing on industrializing, we should have more. We should be building more trade centers in New York, really, I think. But yeah, hopefully with some trade centers, we'll be able to get that profitable. And we are building our skyscraper. It's very sad that it has to be in Massachusetts rather than New York. So I have to move over a bunch of our government administration, but it's going to be done in Yeah, just a little over a year. So, graduated taxation passed, by the way, with that incident. Why can't we get involved in this war? This is the same war as last time. Canada versus the Home Guard Cree. But I'm not allowed to get involved? Why am I not in this? Is it because I'm already engaged in a war? And this war appears to have kind of bugged out. So I might, like, console win this war or something. They'll white peace. We'll just white peace them then. Then we can start colonizing again. No, we can't because we have a truce now. Right? Like, why? This won't progress because... Estimated growth, question mark. Yeah, on hold while we have a truce. God damn it. So we lost that fight. Well, we couldn't fight them because there's no front line. Oh, lots of things going wrong. Lots of things going wrong. I've also realized why our bureaucracy is occasionally completely tanking. I had kind of forgotten about the spoil system. 25% bureaucracy loss on government reform. We had that stacked up twice. So you can see why we would have been losing money. Is our Panama Canal getting profitable? Yes, good. It is buying up some trade places, I'm assuming. Oh, and a bunch of ports as well. Excellent. Good. So that should get to prosperity. Nice. And then for Canada, we're just going to have to fight Britain. With that in mind, I'm doing a bunch of research. I'm going to try and grab Trench Works and Wargaming and then take all of Canada from them. But even without us involved, Home Guard Cree might just win. Please don't let this be the capital. Damn, that's Canada's capital. So they need to naval invade, which I'm sure they're not going to do. But that's unfortunate. What's this? Tweed regime. Oh, that's unfortunate. Yeah. I don't want to damage our electoral confidence, so I am going to move against them there. We're getting there on Gilded Age, right? We need 1,000 bureaucracy spare and these 2 institutions, and we are 66 weeks away. I swear that was 66 weeks away last time I checked too. So hopefully Home Guard Cree will just cut through here and then achieve independence. What is their war goal? Canadian Ontario. Ah, see, the problem is they're only taking Canadian Ontario. Because Canada would still have claims here, so it won't let us colonize Canada. That's annoying. I think... Will it ruin the game if I just mod that out? I wonder how difficult it would be to mod that out. Because basically what I think is... Because the really annoying one is, basically, if you're playing as anyone who isn't America... Like, we did the British game, right? Where we conquered Texas and California and all this. We conquered all this, but we couldn't colonize it because America had claims. Even when we conquered America all the way to here, they had a claim here. Ridiculous. And it cost a stupid amount of maneuvers to get rid of their claims. Oh no, Canada's pushing back. I guess the British arrived. Maybe now's our moment. Transfer this subject. 8% chance they just give it to us. Also, we lost 10 infamy from absolving a... I think it was Amazonian obligation, which is pretty nice. Power block wise, by the way, we are increasingly getting influential over here. Why are we so influential here? Just economic dependence because we're doing trade. Nice. Have some influence, so we should probably start working on some of these guys. We could just do some fairly simple treaties. Okay, election, and the parties have once again realigned. We have the industrialists and the yeoman farmers making up the Democratic Party. I don't really care who wins. I guess I just want someone to win decisively. So let's just side with whoever has the most momentum at the start of the election. No, that was a mistake. I don't want to have to reform my government. It's going to tank the bureaucracy again. Crap. Nice. A few more events. We'd like to swing things back in the Republicans' favour, so we shouldn't have to reform, which would be, would be nice to avoid. Hey, we won the election as where we are at the moment, Republicans, and as a result, we can scrap the spoils system. Hell yes. So that's going to allow us to end the Gilded Age faster. There we go. Yeah, that's pretty good. We can't scrap the right to bear arms, unfortunately, because no one's interested in getting rid of that. But yeah, that's pretty darn good. We could also property women. It would cheer up the petty bourgeoisie, but the evangelicals are really unhappy about it. And the birth rate is kind of good. Like, we're getting a lot of pop growth off that birth rate. We could really do with the workforce ratio, though. Maybe we can get a feminist in charge of the industrialists. That would make it very doable. We'll see. Oh, wait. The Panama Canal Company doesn't give a free company slot anymore. Oh, no. That's so much worse than it used to be. That's terrible. Well, that's annoying. Kind of ruins our long-term company planning, doesn't it? Is it even worth having anymore? Wow, that really sucks. That's not a mod change, is it? Yeah, no, that was intentional, and that's a very silly change. They're rubbish now. Like, complete trash. That's really dumb. Okay, I'm gonna go and mod the game so that companies, canal companies, give you the slot back, because that's a very silly change in my opinion. There used to be really fun, you know, global influence things that you could do, but if they actually take a whole company slot, then they're not close to worth it. Because this company has £8,000 profit, and yeah, it gives me 50k income, but that doesn't scale. It's just flat. In fact, there is a mod that does it, but you can't use it on, apparently it's very awkward to do it on ongoing games. So I think we might call it here. We had this ambition, right, to unite the Americas and to unite Africa. We have obviously catastrophically failed on uniting Africa. We did pretty darn well on uniting the Americas. In time, Argentina and Brazil would definitely accept. We would be able to win a war against Britain to take Canada off them. But I think this campaign went pretty well. I mean, our GDP, it's not nearly as high as it could be, but I enjoyed playing with all the content from the Hail Colombia mod. I do recommend it. It does make it, I would say it makes it significantly harder to play with the Hail Colombia mod. Next up, also blue, I like the idea of playing as France and going for that domination of Africa goal, as well as I like the idea of re-establishing Louisiana. Is that what it's called? It's called Louisiana, isn't it? Louisiana? I guess maybe Louisiana is the American way. Anyway, so next campaign is going to be France. But I think we'll call it here. The canal thing has annoyed me, and playing late into the night, making bad decisions yesterday. The thing about Victoria 3 is because it's such a short game, I feel much less inclined to keep playing when I feel like I've made big mistakes. And I feel like we did a really, honestly, a bad job of industrializing. I feel like we've established a pretty nice state, though. This is, I mean, it could be better, obviously, but... And the elections seesawing back and forth. So my goal for the next French campaign is going to be elections, schmelections. I want a corporate state, one party state. So let's see how that goes. But for this one, thank you for watching. I'm sorry we're stopping it a little bit early. I'm just losing interest, and when I lose interest, I know that my commentary suffers. So let's go play as France. See you in the next one.